ministry and having one of our own chairing that. I thought that was historical. So I wanted to just highlight that and the fact that she is our chair and our leader. So can we please welcome Umama Mtambi?
Tungena, for your involvement into SAWAFs and following our social media. Most of you picked up the event through the social media, so we like it. That's where we would meet. That's where we communicate with you. So in our conferences, and actually not our conferences, everything we do, we make sure that there's 3 generations of women in sport in those events, so that we actually share experiences and knowledge. And if you look at the first row, it's another generation. It's seasoned administrators. And there's a group of your Bongi and Dumisani and whoever is another generation. Oh, and Sherry also, who's attending every year with the group from Fight With Inside. And then we bring a new generation of people who are not actually at the 2 levels. And sometimes we do have 4 generations, but the reason why we do that intentionally, because we want to make sure that we share experience to also to split up to those groups so that you go and engage with them. So this conference every year, we engage. It's just that in this program, they are actually sports related. So the theme for this year equality and empowerment, and that's what we are going to focus on. We do have different speakers. 2 of our speakers are from US, so now that we don't have enough funding, we will connect with them, and then closer to me. Oh, okay. So 2 of the speakers will be connecting with us. And because of technology, we also made sure that we record their presentations so that we are not disappointed. And two are here with us, and they will be introduced as they come. At the end of the conference, we always summarize what are the resolutions. And those resolutions helps us to, as SAWAFs, to work on issues that SAWAFs have to deal with. And one of the resolution was about broadcasting, and members were saying they are not happy with the way, the fact that we don't have more women on television, actually more women programs on television. We wrote letters to SuperSport, all three CEOs, if you know of three CEOs of SuperSport. We wrote to all of them, we had engagement with them, and today, voila, SuperSport does have a women in sport program. We wrote to SABC. SABC today, it's launching a women in sport program. They used to do it on Wednesday, and now I think they're going to do it late at night. We are still not happy with that, because late at night, as women, we are working. On Wednesday, they used to do it during working hours. We will be at work. So I think we still have to engage more with them. But if you check other channels, the news channels, they try also by all means to make sure that they do have engagement with women in sport. The other issue was the issue around policy on women in sport. In 2017, 2018, one of the resolutions was that the reason why women in sport is not improving is the fact that we don't have a women in sport policy. We actually engage on that, and lucky enough, one of the board members of SASCOC, when they had an opportunity to meet with the minister, she raised it, and the minister at that time made sure that he starts with the policy. That policy had moved now with 4 ministers failing to finalize the policy. And I think that's another engagement that we should do. We wrote a letter after the last conference because of delegates were saying, please follow up the issue of the policy. We wrote a letter to the present minister last year in September. I reminded him about the engagement thrice. Until now, we haven't got an engagement. And I think that's one of the things that we would want to follow, because there are issues that we should finalize on that. So I'm saying these things because I won't go through all the resolutions we took, so that you understand that at the end of this session, we would need to come up with some resolutions. We have 2 scribes at the back who are busy taking notes. So whenever you raise issues, they will actually convert some of them as part of the way forward on what we should do. But I want you guys to enjoy the day. This is one area where women in South Africa can sit and engage on issues that affect them in sports, but also use it for your network. Make sure that you don't stay with your group. If you are coming from Sifako Mahatu, move around, get other people. That's a lot of sports administrators here, a lot of athletes here. Move around and mix with other people. Networking, it's so important because of your network works for you when you need it. You know who to call when you need something. So please, let's start networking. But all in all, I just want to welcome you. I forgot to tell you, my elder sister who I come after, she's here. I forced her today to come and join us. So she's coming for the first time. I said, no, now that you are around, just come to my conference. So thank you so much, Oman. But thank you, all of you. Let's enjoy the day.
Thank you very much, Mama. You are a mother to the nation, so we do appreciate you, and we do appreciate the job that you are doing with your team, with the trustees. A big thank you to all the trustees that are investing in us as young women in sport. One thing that I would like to share about what we shared yesterday is speakers, Dr. Mabuya said to everyone, invest in yourself. It is so important that when you pour to others, you are able to pour fully and not half. So fill up that cup. Invest in yourself. When you come to these conferences, don't come here and get out with zero. All right, take something out of it. Get to talk to someone. There's so many amazing ambassadors that are here that you can tap into there. Because every single one sitting here has a story to tell. It's not Mama Ndambi only. She has her own journey. You have your own journey. So tell your story. But how do you tell your story? Now, these are the conferences that you ask the hows, what, how, where. This is the platform. I'd like to hand over to Tabile.
Thank you, Bongs. Thank you so much. So I'm gonna let us do just a quick activity, right? But you don't need to stand up for this one because I'm seeing, the older generation is like wanting to complain now. They want to complain now. They're like, we're standing up again.
They enjoy it better.
So this. Oh, you're ready to stand up. You're ready to stand up. The older generation is ready. So the younger generation, you don't have a choice. Let's stand up. All right. So this activity is called The Land Was Never There. The land was never there. So you do as I do, you say what I say. Okay? Simple instruction, right? So, okay. Are you ready? Okay, there was a land and the land was never there. I can't hear you. There was a land and the land was never there. There was a tree on the land and the land was never there. There was a tree on the land and the land was never there. There was a branch on the tree and a tree on the land and the land was never there. People are breakdancing. There was a branch on the tree and a tree on the land and the land was never there. Okay, it's gonna get a bit difficult now. All right. There was a nest on the branch and a branch on a tree and a tree on the land and the land was never there. Coach is DJing me. All right, there was an egg on the nest and a nest on the branch and the branch on the tree and the tree on the land and the land was never there. There was a what and a what? Guys. All right. There was a bird and the egg and the egg and the nest on the branch and the branch on the tree and the tree on the land and the land was never there. All right, nice one, everyone. Let's take a seat. One, it's not the one. Bones, over to you.
Thank you, Tabs. Hey, technology. And she's from Comora, man. Hey, she's from Alexandra. From Alexandra to the world. You know, that's why I said every single is utilizing the power of AI and digital technologies to empower the next generation of adolescents, girls, young women, for women in sport. So thank you very much for joining us. Yesterday we had a gentleman, Obriel Maposa, who was also here and president of the foundation. I'm not going to say her foundation because it's her name. It's her. A fun and enthusiastic woman who loves all things sport. She is the head coach of the SA Under-17 football team and also a football analyst on and radio. Outside of sport, she's an MC working together with motivational talks for different audience. She loves connecting with people. You will get to connect with her. When you speak to her, she's got that energy. She's got that vibe. She's on radio, she's on TV, so she is what she is. And one thing we love about her is how she loves going out to communities and empowering. Without, sometimes you get those ambassadors that get there and just stand. But she's with her football career, she was she played football for SA, and now she's just making sure that she's using her voice to advocate for women, to make sure that they enter in those environments. So, without further ado, because of time, I'm sorry, we are pushing it. But I'd like to welcome coach, mother, pillar, supporter, Sis Simpiwe Dludlu. But we do have a special way. We have a special way of welcoming such amazing people. I would like you to raise your right hand up, left hand up. We're going to give her 10 claps. 10 claps to welcome her. When I stamp my feet, we're going to go for it. Go. To show that Coach Desiree is a coach, she listens. She was listening to me. I was like, when I stamp my feet, we will start clapping. Everybody clapped when I said, go. Coach, my coach. We will reward you. We will reward you. We will reward you. Not with $1. Thank you, coach, my coach. This is for you, for listening. All right. Right hand in the air. Left hand in the air. And we're going to give Coach Simpiwe Dludlu 10 claps on 3. 1, 2, 3. No, today is the day. And we shall rejoice and be glad. Thank you, Mama. Please come and join us.
Yo, I'm not as jovichot, guys. First, let me pay my fine. Yes. I'll not be fined because God has already fined me. Yeah. So the reason I'm paying fine is because I was late and the housekeeping rules, I broke all of them. But I made sure I was here. I'm presenting on technology and AI. BBT self. Yo! And they're still busy trying to get it right. Skill that you know. Not the proper tablet. When I got here, file not supported, and I've left home. So now I'm here, and I ate all your time, so I go quick. We are playing a match in Nigeria where the referee calls you after 5 minutes. Madam, come out. So it's my 5 minutes of playing in Nigeria, doing this presentation. Hopefully it does come up. And yeah, it threw me off. But the biggest thing that doesn't throw me off is that my hair's on point, my lips are on point, my nails on point, my outfit is on point. Come on. Something must save you. Something must save you. So I'm saved by the swag today. I'm saved by the swag. So When Mama Tambi told me, Simpiwe, I needed to come in and talk about AI, and I was like, AI and technology. A generation that is transitioning between AMA 80s and Gen Zs and now Signe Alpha, you are asking me to do that, and you're not talking. But at the end, the trick was in sport. I was like, all right, Jovicho, we are there. So I had to go and check and research, is it AI, is it technology, is it? So I realized all of these terms are to throw us off. It's the same thing. Who agrees? Your phone is AI. Simple as that. So maybe the people that are making it extreme is those Teslas or those cars that drive themselves. Yeah, those ones are proper AI, but not in South Africa, because you will try to drive it, still give it wrong instruction yourself, and it will bump other cars. So maybe that's why they are not here yet. But I did a bit of research and tried to find out first computers and all of that, and who knows how big was the first computer? What is massive? Yes, Goop? Yeah, no. No. And let me tell you, the people that are supposed to know are saying it's like a TV, it's like a scoop. The people that are supposed to know. Anyone wants to try? You said it was massive. How massive? You are a bit there. Just a bit. So a truck is 16 tons. A truck. Chuku truck is 16 tons. But that computer was 50 tons. 50 tons is 50,000 kilograms. Yeah. I know, and you are telling me that it didn't have access. 50 tons, meaning that it's 50,000 kilograms. So you couldn't even move it. It was in a room, and it needed aircon, ventilators, and all of that to keep it going. Because you remember the laptops that you used to own, you must make sure after doing an assignment, you let it cool down. Otherwise, the RAM and everything is on fire, right? So imagine that laptop, how big it was, that computer, how big it was, and how much cooling it needed. And you couldn't just have one person operating it. So it started somewhere. It's in the 1800s and all of that. Yeah, for us, maybe in the 1900s in Africa and all, but those that thought they were smart, it's not smarter than Africa, but it was that. So over time, it had to evolve and be better and better. So I've already shocked you with how big the first computer was. And you look at the current computer, look how small it is. This is the other computer. That's the other computer. Basic Konama tablet. It's probably not even a kilogram. It's grams, right? It has evolved, yeah? So I had to go back and check, what is this? And check all these people who created these things. Before even Apple came in the 70s, in the 1800s, there was something going on, right? In the first computer, now you are right, my Scoopoo. Yes, it was that Scoopoo, with a typewriter, still, not even, the other things to type on. Evolved. Hewlett and Packard, HP. How many of us have HP laptops? Yeah, they come from very far. It's all these friends merging together, just like Mom. She merged everything and put us all together, right? Hewlett, no Packard, and something. And the other guys were Apple. They were working there. Then they decided, no, we saw the template and all. Let's go start something else. So there's always somebody that evolves and gives you something. Now, that's a bit of history. And I thought to myself, with the presentation coming up, I would have let someone else read what was there, because technology says, no, ma'am, we want to hear your voice. So this is me telling you a bit of that history about computers and things like that. It moved, it was big, and then people were like, it needs a lot of RAM and what, too much. Kept on going smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. And in those years, in the 70s already, can you guess how much was a computer? 10 cents in Shaka Zulu's grave. 1,000 rands. Remember how big it was? Yes. Just guess. Try. 100 rand. It was 35,000 rands then, 2,000 US dollars then. So, besingana chance vel. So, yeah, don't blame us. Besingana chance vel. And now 35,000 is that Apple one, because Tina Be HP still see patala 5,000, 6,000 yana, right? Like, as long as it does the same job. So, and the reason why it was so big, it had to take so much information so that it can process and give you what you need, right? To make things easy and life easy. It's the same thing as the laptops and the computers, technology and all of that. It's doing that for us. So we are asking ourselves, what is AI? Artificial intelligence. What is artificial? If you've got a banana that is natural and you take a banana that is made from banana lomshin. So it's artificial. It's not in its natural form, right? So AI is that. It's not in its natural form. It needs people, it needs information for it to function. So that's what it is. But Tina, we've got the natural eyes. Yeah, Tina, natural intelligence, it's this. It doesn't malfunction unless you are tired. Then it will malfunction. So basically that is AI. Technology. Anyone? What is technology? Angek. Like, I'm amazed, like technology and all of them. And by the way, I skipped you guys. I went to the rest of them. What is technology? You're still Googling? Yeah? I love that quick. Perfect, quick. Kuyabona so to catalyze. Alex, telling your chef to catalyze. Meaning that you break down, right? Yes? Connectivity. Technology. Yeah. Akir, that's what it is. Akir, uvelonke charger weekend more than the answer dito. Technology, yeah. Isn't it? So it's as simple as that, but we complicate it. And now we are afraid and asking ourselves, will technology take our jobs? Yes? No? How many of us are saying yes? Raise your hands. Okay. Those that are saying yes, don't be afraid. I know ufagili roll on was prayer wabatsunuga gamnan. Pagamisa nje. One. Now people, I asked the third time and now there's hands that are dropping. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Why do you think it's going to take our jobs?
I think if we are to use, for example, working in my environment, in a prison system, where you used to have hiring people to stand at gates, to be the ones to open gates with a key. You're now having that system that just closes itself up, opens itself up, and fences you as you come in, as you enter, reach a certain ranking level. So there's no longer that thing of you paying more people now. You're actually paying lesser because we are using the technology system to let people into the centers, and then the people that used to do it physically, they're no longer needed.
So it's the bad for the person that was employed. However, Abu Ananas matangeke basabaleka. So the authorities will never run away or get out of jail that easy, because with the keys they speak to me, and I just drop the key. Then the tsotsi takes it, opens, and they are gone, isn't it? And tomorrow we cry foul, but the justice system is not right because of the human element that comes in it. However, we need to be innovative and see how do we extend ourselves. So it means those two guys that were working on the gates and all of that, now they have to find ways to say, how do I learn how to operate that system that opens and closes? So it does take a job primarily, but secondarily, you can try to get into it, right? The other example is Pick and Pay, ShopRite, and all of that. Soon, we're going to find them where you just take your groceries, put them in there. There's nobody packing for you. There's not even a void, ageko, because the machine calculates what's in there, and you take and it even gives you change and all of that. So, and it's already happening. So it means my mother, who was a cashier, may her soul rest in peace. In the days of AI, she wouldn't have been employed because it's already doing that. But is that going to take away all of that in Limpopo, Kashushuwe, Ekunu, Etitikama? No. So it will take a long time. So in the 1800s, it was that. And still there are people that are still using computers, those big ones and all of that, and they're still, so we shouldn't be afraid of change, but we should embrace the change. Now let's take it into sport. When we come into sport, now, these days, when you come into let's take it to Coach Desiree's time when she started playing. They got to Banyana Banyana, they judged them by how many frog jumps they can do for them to stay in the team. It was still getting data, by the way. Because if that coach, who was your first coach, Terry Payne? Terry Payne was the first coach, so I know my history. So Terry Payne was the first coach of Banyana Banyana. So when they come into camp, they are going to play. By the way, when was Banyana Banyana formed? Coach, no. When was Bafana Bafana formed? Absolutely. Okay, when did Banyana Banyana start competing? I'm going to give you dates. 93, 96, 97, 99, 2000. Wait, coach. I gave you dates. 93, 95, 96, 2000. By the way, they hosted their going to high school and the world, Umhlaba Bozo Pupa, 99, no. 2000, they couldn't have started in 2000 when they hosted WAFCON. 93, ding, 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 ding. You've got it. You've got it. And you see, you come in, the coach, and they put Coach Desiree there, they say, no, she's 1.2 meters, just by looking at her, because the coach says, I've got experience, technology, you know? So, but they still got the data in, data. They still got the data in. They still got it in, right? And inaccurate as it is, but they have a base, and they went with players ready. But you must still do all these tests and things like that. To date, you go 12, how many rounds? 12 rounds in how many minutes? 8 minutes, yes. You were supposed to do 12 rounds. Okay, it's 100 meters. That time it's 120 meters or 140, but you believe them. Imagine 100 meters for Coach Dez's legs and my legs and Mem Tambi's legs. You can imagine the discrepancy there. But it was there. Now there's a tape measure that goes there and there. We get rid of the tape measure. There's a wheel that you put and it calculates for you. You can take your phone and put it there and it calculates the distance for you. Generation, that's AI and technology. And it gives you accurately. In the olden days, they stand there. Actually, they didn't even have a stopwatch. They sit there with the watch and they say, and it's that one clock. It goes and they say, yeah, 10 minutes, 100 meters. Coach, 10 minutes. Are you disputing the coach? You take it. And then panya, then the stopwatch. Then it malfunctions while you are running. Now, we don't care about that. You know what's there? The speed lights that are there. They calculate how fast you were in your 10 meters, in your 20 meters, in your 40 meters, right? But in the township, is that possible? It's not. Because in the township, you must still have Coach Lulu that's counting like this. Doesn't know a meter, this is a meter, or doesn't even know a meter is here to there. They just say, I'll go. However, it doesn't discourage us from doing that because we are dealing with adolescents, young girls and boys that need you to do it. You will not be far off, you'll be closer to as long as you are doing it with precision, isn't it? So that's what sets us back because we are thinking, Tina sinazi izinto zase HPC where they have the speed lamps and all of that, and we don't do it. Why not? A stopwatch is 20 rands at Macro because you don't have the speed lights. So don't disadvantage our kids because you are saying we don't have AI, we don't have technology. Technology is there. We are still the first form of technology. Natural eye, yeah? We are NI, natural intelligence, it's still us. AI is coming up now, yeah, that's fine. That's still us, isn't it? But a crux of the matter is that if you are in Mamelodi and tax is here, what stops you from coming in and asking for a proposal to say, every 4 months, can we come in and you do test with us? It's part of your research. This is a research institute. Do you think they'll say no? They always testing something, someone. So we have to think out of the box. Yeah? Let me take it even further. I'm a coach. I go to Planet Fitness. How many of us go to Planet Fitness, Vision Active? Show of hands. COVID forced you to train. Don't lie. Even if you've gained weight like me, but you did lose at some point. We go to the gym. So there's a machine that you go into. When you go into that machine, you just stand there. It tells you heels and you hold on to it. You put in your age, all of just the basic information, and you sit there. It detects that, ding, 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 comes back. It tells you you are obese. And it doesn't just leave it there. It tells you your body fat, your fat, your BMI, body mass index. It tells you your water. It tells you all these things just by standing there. It's probably, technology. Yeah. You guys are superstars. I owe you cold drinks and more. It's okay. We saw a glimpse of it. I'm happy. But that's what I'm talking about, right? You go into Vision Active and you say, Vision Active, Planet Fitness, we've got 20 kids from Mamelodi, from Garankuwa, anywhere. Can they come in once in 2 months or 3 months or in a quarter? All we will do is that you guys can have t-shirts that are written Planet Fitness wherever we are going. You're already giving them free marketing, but at a benefit for you. Because we don't have the money to be doing that. We are sleeping on ourselves and how to be innovative. Yeah? So, because there's no way you look at that child and say, you've got 45% water, you've got 40% fat, you are obese. No, it's impossible. But we have to go an extra mile as a youthful coaches and administrators. Yeah? Okay, and Anga's Guti, there we go. 100%. And this scale is 240 at least. It's not 2,400. I'm coming there. It's 240, and it already tells you how many calories you must eat a day. It gives you everything. Otherwise, Coach Des Lapine would be saying, if she eats 5 fruits and 5 vegetables and we break it. No, she doesn't need to do that. You spoke about breaking things down and making it easy, quick. That's what technology does. So that scale already gives you that. I'm not talking about coming to HPC or going, no. It's just that. Do you see how easy it is? So we have to go an extra mile and find innovative ways to be able to. We've already done this, so. Aisahan. Technology, yeah. Okay. So in essence, that's that. Now, what I wanted to, can someone operate this for me? Thank you. So in essence, pardon me for going all over the place because my head was all over the place, but that's what AI does. It sends you all over the place. You are thinking, no, I've got this, I've got it right, and then the next thing, you are not there. So guys, I did prepare, I did do a presentation well for you, and so, yeah. I did do everything right. So basically, that's what we are talking about. So these kids come in, and we do exactly that. And once you've gotten that data, because AI, what it does, it's that it needs all the information so that it can process it and be a quick problem solver for you. Because imagine how long it will take with 50 kids that are coming in and you have to calculate one by one, how tall, how short, how small, the weight, left hand, right hand, and then only a week later you give them their results. But this gives you instant results immediately there. And already there at that moment, you know if that player needs more water, you know if that player needs less water, you know if that player needs more food, less food, you know, minerals and things like that. %100. Why you rush? Why you have a presentation? Yeah. But yes, I love that you are present.
it works is okay. It's a software where you connect it with the devices that you gave the players. And whatever activities you gave them to do while they are not on camp or on offside, you can just monitor them without, And when they come in on camp, I can easily say, Simpiwe, you didn't do 1, 2, 3. I gave you these activities to do while you're not here, and you didn't do them. So that's the nice part about an AI.
Absolutely. While you are on it, because my presentation has something like that, I'm going to jump into it. We talk about the sleep rate monitor, right? Sleep rate monitor is, sorry, I don't mind that because I'm already speaking to her. Sleep rate monitor is something that we overlook and we think, it's okay. And when you are coaching adolescent kids, you will worry about how long they sleep. Those maniacs, they will disrupt your team no matter how much you've prepared and all of that because they sleep 2 hours a day at night. They are coming into camp for the first time. Babuya madzibandela le abaz nix nge hotel, abaz nix nge phone, abaz nix nge Wi-Fi. And let me shock you even further. There's kids from Alex that are not exposed to that as well. So don't think it's only in the rural. Even in the urban areas, there's kids that don't have and don't understand all these things, right? So they come in and you say lights out is at 10. And they say, good night, coach. They go, you thinking they are asleep? No, the party is starting. They're only going to sleep at 4 a.m. Tomorrow you are playing, you need them fresh. Immediately, if you sleep less than 4 hours, you're going to have a headache. You're going to be woozy. Nothing is going to be balanced. So imagine, they must eat. They must come to training. In the warm-up already, you hear the coach saying, coach, I need to I think it's jileko. Anti Omunya fike coach yabona man udoctor uthesike ilantuku isirendi kile andiqelanga le Wayne visubhlungu andikwazi uhamba ke ngoku. They are giving all the excuses about food and all of that, forgetting they didn't sleep. And you can't really monitor that because even the security that is there, when they see lights out, they can't be waking up kids to check if they've slept. So now these watches, they can be 900, the cheapest 500, Temu, there's 200, and it functions proper. Yeah? This thing detects everything. Your breathing, your sleep, everything. When I say everything, your life is here on a watch. Your heart rate, resting heart rate, active heart rate. And I was running a race on Sunday, the ABSA race, and I thought, I've got it. And I saw my watch going, zoo, 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 zoo. My heart rate was too much. I had to slow down. It was already on 183. So if it went on 190, I was dropping and dying. But it did that.
Also, wise that most of our federations have these for our young players. We would think that heart attacks is only for when you are in your elderly age, but what we've seen is at the age of 19 as well, there is a scare, and these devices can easily help us detect the heart issues early.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a young boy that dropped and died, youth player overseas. Imagine, a 17-year-old dropped, died, heart attack. Because we're thinking heart attack is because your heart is old. It's not. It's a heart that is not functioning properly. It's a lip dip. Yours is going lip, 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 dip, 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 dip. Lip, dip, 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 dip. No, it's a lip dip, lip dip.
Sorry, can we stop the discussion so that we finish first?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because of,
Yeah. So it's all of that. This will give you all of that. So if you invest in that, you can even ask the parents, please invest in a watch for your kids because it will count your steps. It will tell you a lot about the kids. If a kid comes with only 2,000 steps a day, you must know you are working with a morbid kid that is in front of the computer all the time. Then a kid comes with 10,000 or 20,000 steps, it means they are walking, they are doing, and it even tells you, if you are not moving, it will vibrate and tell you, get up, stretch, do something. It tells you that. Now let's go back to the sleep rate monitor. When you connect this with your phone, and they cannot lie to you and say, Coach, I slept at 10. No, they cannot lie because it knows when you are active, when you are asleep. and it detects and tells you how long you slept, and your deep sleep, your light sleep. My watch is always light sleep is high because I'm a light sleeper. If I hear the rats from the neighbors, I'm up. If something falls in the house, I'm up. I'm a light sleeper. I must be really tired for me to really sleep into it, right? You see how, and it's giving you all the important information that you need from these players. So imagine these players coming in the morning, you ask them, how did you sleep? Because we have that RPE scale where they tell you, I slept at 10, what time did you wake up? Coach, I woke up at 6. Okay. But you can't cheat this. It gives you accurate. That's what AI does. It takes data, it processes it, and gives you a solution. And it's up to you how you implement it. When I asked if AI is going to take our jobs, not necessarily, not entirely. Because who must still interpret and translate the information that AI gives you? It's a human that must still do that. Who must write the report? It's the human that must do it. Who has intuition? It's the human that has that. Isn't it? It's not AI that has all of that. Now, this is where we are in terms of AI in sport. This is where we are. You go in, they put you on a scale, mat, you are there, and you swing. Immediately, it tells you, you swung too fast, that's why your ball didn't go over. Your leg that is supposed to swing, it swung the wrong way. It swung this way instead of just that way. It will tell you, you put too much weight on your left foot instead of your right foot. Oh, coach, madzibandila lengeka kutshele lezo zinto bakho imazwi abude ya ndizona. Thi, yeah, uzokutshela kanjalo. But that mat will give you precise information. When that player comes in and they hitting with the racket and their arm is like that, immediately the camera is there. I'll give you a practical example. So Coach Shelin, who is a performance analyst and all of that, she went and coached in Egypt. Coach Desiree's best friend. She's a super when it comes to technology and AI and all these things. She went and was a performance analyst for Bafana Bafana, yes, as a woman. And coach brought her in and said, I want that one. She came in. She used to put a camera for Itumeleng Kune, put it there, let him do his 101, distribute that ball, it goes, all of that. And it calculates how quickly he caught it, put it, and where it went. And then in the game, the same action happened. You know what she does? She takes it from training, this is what we were doing, puts it there, and puts the video there for the game. Similar. Because if you are doing it at training without pressure, what's stopping you to do it on the pitch with pressure? So you are encouraging your players. Because as coaches, we lie. You were not running the whole day. That time the coach was not even looking at you. Simpiwa, you were lazy, you were not running. When we had the ball, you were not running. When we didn't have the ball, we caught the ball, we were trying to move. But you're like, coach, but I was moving. Because you came out, you're tired. And they can argue. Because you, as a coach, you've got 11 other players to be looking at and watching, isn't it? But the technology that is there, it will tell you how quickly the player moved, how quickly it keeps on going back. Okay, that's fine. Oyim. Technology, yeah. Yeah, keep it there. So this is what I asked. You don't want change, you'll be left behind. Because the traditional way of doing things, and it's not only for coaches, even administrators and all of that. Spellilis cut where you have your book and you're writing present, absent, no. The player comes in, you just click. It tells you what time you've clicked when they came in. It gives you everything immediately there. Because your house is going to bend down and you're going to tell them, I can't tell how many players came early or came to training. Minimizes human error. Coach Desiree did 20 frog jumps and the coach said she did 10. Yeah? Large output with less time consumption. Because it's a fast-paced running. You are playing on Wednesday, you are playing on Saturday. You need a turnover of reports and things like that, isn't it? AI report must still be translated to the players by who? Me. Because the player comes in and says, coach, but I don't understand. Yes, I can see the phone says I slept here. What if it malfunctioned? What if it switched off? you must still be able to translate and understand what AI is giving you. It predicts algorithm. And I was amazed when I was doing that research on technology and computers and all of that. They didn't call it algorithm, I can't say the word, but it's got rhythm in it. Those guys in the 1800s. And it's mathematicians, science people that did all these things. Because, you know, in science and maths, there's calculations and all of that. If I click here, how quickly does it go? That's why smart people are always in IT, not me. I'm not in IT. IT, the people that fixed this are the ones. Yeah? After all, who creates computers? Who creates the AI? Kiruna. Kiruna. So when you see something like this, and I'm happy I found this, on TV this afternoon, I'm going to be doing a match, and I'll be telling you why a player must be player of the match, or why Chiefs, or why Sundowns is going to win over Stellenbosch, or why Stellenbosch is going to win, because I've got data from the previous match. In that game, I'll be telling you the striker, De Jong of Stellenbosch, he covered 6 kilometers in a match, and he had 5 shots at goal and all of that. And already, I can give you information because there's data that's there. AI will not do that for me. I must interpret it and be able to give you 5.6 kilometers covered in a game, and a player tells you, Coach, what's about Washeba? An average player must be able to run at least 8 kilometers. A midfielder must get to 12 kilometers cover in the pitch. So in netball, can you imagine? It's the fast pace moving. We are catching here, we are going, and fast 5 is worse. Sambas Dallas. It's no longer, show me, left, right, move. No. Where? How? We are moving, isn't it? We are moving. Coach Rassi is now creating a scrum in areas where they are not. We are moving. We are moving. That's where we are going. Play, manje. So this is the AFCON in 2023, Coach, yeah? Yeah, the previous AFCON. So he was the best player by far in the tournament. What do we see there? Current position, midfielder. So you just click in, you put in information there. And this told us he was going to be the best player in the tournament. Look at the distance that he covered. How many assists? And you check his position. Shots per game as a defensive midfielder. Yeah? AFCON matches, how many games has he played? He's played 7 matches. It means he's played the whole tournament. Did he play every minute? He played every minute. So this, when you are scouting and you're looking for a player, you tap into these and it gives you immediately if you are signing a good player or a bad player. You see, it informs your opinion. It informs your decision making. Accurate passes in your own half, 90%, meaning that if you have that player in your team, you will not lose. You are most likely not to lose because they don't lose possession in their own half where it's easy to get scored a goal against. Accurate opposition half, 70%, because now there's more pressure. But I'm happy it's still on 70%, not on 50%, which means he's still productive as a defensive midfielder going forward, isn't it? Ball recovered per game, 5.9. That is incredible. It means he doesn't defend, he wins possession. You don't want a player in netball that will always be hitting the ball. A match that comes to mind, I don't know who we're playing, if it was pre-World Cup netball, and there's a lady with blonde hair, she plays overseas. And, sorry? No, Carla. I was watching that game, and we were sitting there, and she needed to do that. They were attacking us, and she went and she got it, we moved, we went to the other side, and we won the game. Split second. If it was 19, she was going to catch it and try to open up. First 5 helped us to be able to do that, isn't it? One of the best tackles in rugby currently, Australia, New Zealand, a lady was going for a try. Let me stick to the women's one. Let me leave the men's one. It's still the best tackle ever. She was about to go for a try, and that lady came and pulled her out. She pulled her out and got the ball out of her before it even touched. Went. Go check it. It's the most beautiful piece ever. It's the most beautiful piece ever. But if you are unable to go into technology, tap into these videos and bring them and show your players, you are in trouble. I actually bragged on TV showing this. I'll go to the next one. This is not something that is an app or anything. I created this on my laptop. You tell a team, if we don't show outside, players are eliminated, right? So we are in yellow, minus. Because if we don't win the ball on time and all of that, they just pierce in between their corner. Even in netball, you don't want them to come inside. Any sport, you don't want anybody to come inside. Let them stay on the flanks, it's fine. Because even in rugby, if they do on the try line furthest, it's difficult to score there. But if it's inside on the try line, that's why every player wants to hit it underneath the poles, because you know you just stand there, boom, the ball goes, you score. So you show these players, because if you say to them, move in, tuck in, then you see a player tucking in their shirt, they don't even know what you mean. But if you are showing them and say, when I say tuck in, this is what I mean. So you show them. And you take it further. This is technology. Angmazu play upi. Okay, I need that video to play. I'm afraid of pressing. Time out. Okay, probably, yeah. So if we don't show outside, you gave them, so in Dutch they say, plaatje, paint the picture, praatje, tell them, and daatje, do it. So you show them. Because they think our coach, they won't do it. And then you show them, basically, with what? And win the ball. That left winger is tucking in, not their shirt, but themselves. Yeah? From data to dominance, transformation takes place, consistency to excel, template, you will have that template for life. I have it for life in my mind because I've been doing it so many times. Yeah? Consistency in precision. Practice makes perfect. Unama question, is it true? Raise your hand. If you're saying practice makes perfect, please, please. Wrong, all of you are wrong. Yeah, all of you are wrong. All of you are wrong. You are putting confidence. All of you are wrong. So let me show you why I'm saying all of you are wrong. In soccer, when you kick the ball, you use the instep and all of that. You use your toe, you are in trouble because it means you don't have precision. So imagine if I come in and I practice every day with the toe. Practice makes perfect. Practice makes perfect. Yes, practice makes perfect. Let me correct it for you and change it for you. Good practice makes permanent. Good practice makes permanent. Basically, you get this presentation as well so that you can go through it. And Michael Phelps, he was 31 years old when he went back to the 2016 Olympics. He had won everything and he became the most decorated through his last one. He retired, came back. He was older, his arms were not moving as fast anymore, his body, he was slower and all of that. He went back to the US Olympic Committee and said to them, you guys have not been winning stuff, I want to help you. And I want to retire in style again. And he got all the best coaches. He was in a fight with his coach, but he said, Coach, I'm still bringing you back, but let's do it better now. Brought in things like sleep rate monitor. His bed had sheets scales that were calculating how long and how deep he's sleeping and all of that so that he has the right sleep and all of that. He spent less time training, but most time resting, doing the correct things, and calculating how many hours he's sleeping, how much he's resting and all of that. And he retired the most successful at 31. So technology, data can take you to, it's written there, to dominance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This is our thank you. Avasa Komora. We know the whistles are there.
Yeah, mabacheka vele bebathi mabazongicheka bebangeke balahlele ilitshe lizokhula ifastela.
Yeah.
So umuntu wami bekathi makazongicheka athi Ukuthi ngikhona nje. Mina bengisho kanjalo. Makangeze uyazi ukuthi hey time alikhona ngizayisho please.
All right, thank you very much, Simpiwe Dludlu. This is her, please. I know she is on social media. Follow her, like her. And unfortunately, we do not have time for questions, but please catch her somewhere. Catch her. She is here for now. She is going to leave us soon. But if you see her during tea breaks, please catch her, say hi, ask the questions, and we will take it from there. One thing I took from you is that change is good, so don't be stagnant. Don't sit there. Don't be stagnant. Go for that change. Technology is evolving. It's here. It's here. So don't be stagnant. You can find opportunities when you are testing. So educate yourself to getting and tapping into more and more technology. I'm going to ask Mama Ndambi to join me before we play our next video.
Simpiwe, thank you so much, and I'm happy that I saw the presentation.
I wouldn't do
I
that
was
to
going
you.
to say, no, Simpiwe, you didn't prepare it. And you did a very good job. Thank you so much. I think all of us now. Technology wanted to sabotage us, but it didn't. Because of you managed to adapt and move on with your presentation. Thank you so much. Because of we need to make sure that more women understand technology and actually lead it within sport. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Can I hug
And
you?
good
I love
luck with
hugging.
your new job.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mama. Thank you so much. Coach D, congratulations and good luck for today.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Without further ado, we're gonna move on, Monks. Hopefully everyone enjoyed it.
Thank you so much.
I took some things out of the, because I used to be a soccer player and my coach would literally do all of that because we didn't have the technology. So maybe I could have gone to Banyana if I had technology. But anyway, we're gonna move on. I'm gonna introduce our next speaker. So this woman, I went through her bio. I didn't know about her until last night. Dr. Francis, a researcher, a writer, a founder, so many amazing things one woman can do. I was blown away. How can you be a scholar, a philanthropist, a researcher, and write a book, then start a foundation as well? It takes quite a phenomenal woman to do that. So without further ado, can we please introduce Dr. Francis with a warm round of applause.
And yes, Tabile, Dr. Francis
online,
is
yes.
online. So we are going to show a clip of her just engaging on the topic of for all women and girls, rights, equality, empowerment, unlocking equal rights, power and opportunities for all, and a feminist future where no one is left behind. Please enjoy it.
Good morning. My name is Fran Johnston, and I'm honored to be a speaker in your South African Women's Sport Foundation annual conference. I want to thank President Natambi for inviting me to share some thoughts and to participate in this what will be an interactive workshop for you focused on leadership. Each of you are leaders. You lead in your families, you lead in your communities, you lead your organizations. We lead in our life. And so I'm just thrilled to be able to bring to you 30 years of my professional practice of taking what I learned in sports and applying it in the world of organizational life. I've been honored to be able to work in many different countries, including South Africa. I'm both on the Eastern Cape and also in Johannesburg many years ago in community development efforts. So I wish I could be there with you in person, but I know in many ways I've been near you, and I feel quite close to to the reality of knowing what a difference leadership can make in your communities. So I couldn't be more happy to bring to you the link between emotional intelligence, which is your own self-awareness and emotional self-awareness, emotional self-management, the way that you read and feel and are attuned with other people, so social awareness, as well as a set of behavioral competencies that we know based on research and practice are, a set of things that you can do in a way of thinking about leadership that really makes a difference. It's really effective, both for us as leaders and as members of teams and for our organizations. So as we go through these next few minutes together, I want you to keep in mind the incredible power that you have as a leader to affect change and to kind of create spaces and movements, all the things that you're already doing. And in your case, in particular, around advancing the cause of women and girls in sport. So I want to come with my bona fides, which is to say, I come as an athlete and as a sports coach and as a person that has worked in sports spaces. So I played field hockey, I threw the javelin on the athletics team, I played rugby, my kids have played soccer, I've coached all of the above sports at different times in my life. And then I took those lessons and that belief and my passion for collective action that we get in sports, and I took that right into the world of work and have, since then spent quite a lot of time in different kind of settings, whether it's a NGO setting or a for-profit organization or in government agencies and everything else in between, taking that sensibility that we get as athletically oriented and inclined humans, and take that sensibility and that felt knowledge in our bodies and kind of figure out, like, what is it that we do when we're working well in sports and on sports teams, and kind of how do we apply that into the world of work. And in your case, the world of work is like inclusive of the kind of sensibility of sports. So I just couldn't be more happy to be able to speak to you as fellow sportswomen and people who are allies for us. Okay, so let me also do a shout out to a common colleague, Dr. Carol Oglesby, that President Ntambi knows and I know, and Carol put us together to kind of invite me into this space or have me meet you. And that is also a kind of hallmark for me around being in a network and helping one another and helping people find appropriate resources. And so I'm honored to consider Dr. Carol as a mentor to both myself and to President Ntambi. So that said, I'm gonna invite you to look at a picture. I'm gonna share my slides in just a second, and I'm gonna invite you to look at a picture of leaders who have inspired global change, who really didn't set out to create movements, but set out to make a difference in the communities that they cared about. And I want you to take in some of the faces and feel what you feel, which could include, like, I don't know who that person is, but some of them you're going to recognize. And I'll have you hold them as an example of resonant leadership, which is what I'm here to talk to you about. Resonant leadership. That's leaders who resonate with other people enough to motivate and inspire followership or people to think new thoughts or to try new things. That's the kind of leadership that we're talking about this morning in this session. So I'll let you gaze on them, feel your feels, feel your feelings, and then I'm going to switch to an exercise, which I will be right back to introduce. So I'm going to share my slides. Fingers crossed that this works the way we want it to, and then I'll be right back. Let's see, here we go. So who do you see there on those slides? We have Gandhi, we have Martin Luther King, we have Rosa Parks, we have the Dalai Lama, Nelson Mandela, Toni Morrison, then Apollo, the NASA leaders who, Sally Ride, and the NASA leaders that helped, rescue stranded astronauts. Feel those feelings. All right. Now, here's the I hope you saw those slides, but let's try again. Here we go. Here is the first exercise. I want you to think about a person in your life who really helped you. The person that you would a specific individual that you would say, I wouldn't be in this conference, I wouldn't be the leader that I am today if it wasn't for this person who kind of saw you somehow, and they had a meaningful impact on your life. So you would think about that person and by name. So I want you to think about that person and think about, why are you nominating them? What did they say or do? How did you feel at the time when you were working with them or around them? And what did you learn from them in particular? So who were they? Say their names. What did they say or do that have you pick them? How did you feel at the time when you were in their presence? And what did you learn from them? Take a few minutes on that question. And then I want you to turn to a person on your left or on your right, just a partner, a pair, and each of you share your story about this person. And while you're listening to the other person's story, I want you both to be thinking about, what is it that they did? What, if we were going to think about, looking at them sort of objectively, what did these people who helped us, what did they do? And what was the impact on us? How did we feel when we were with them? Okay. So I'm going to pause for a minute. You guys talk amongst yourselves. We're going to go for about 10 minutes on that. Have fun. Okay, come back. With my experience, I bet you were there was a lot of good conversation happening in the room. I want you to notice how you felt when you think about this person. When you recall, you bring them to mind. Like, so for me, it would be Dr. Carol Oglesby, right? When I think about what she did for me, I feel warm feelings and I feel some gratitude. And I have a list of things that she did. So what did you hear your partner say that their person who helped them did? And what was the impact on you when you were with them?
I think
right?
they,
so for instance,
they've
what I
cut
hear
the
a lot when I do this exercise
thing, so possibly let's
is
continue
that,
listening.
the persons who helped us, they reached out, they saw us, they gave us feedback. They often saw potential in us that we didn't necessarily always see in ourselves. They gave feedback that was also sometimes tough feedback, but it was for our own good, and we knew it. We knew they were coming from that perspective. And we knew that they cared about us. There was some sense of caring, that we were not just transactional, that we, they wanted us to get better. Let's think about sports for a minute, get better at the activity that we were doing so that we would be more successful, so that the team would be more successful. So they were doing it on purpose, like for a reason, and did it in such a manner, typically, that was caring and empathetic. Like they could see where we were struggling, or they could see our talents and our strengths, and they lifted that up and gave us feedback about that too. So feedback, seeing potential, being willing to take a risk on us, even when we thought maybe we weren't ready to take that job, but they saw that we could do it and they supported us. Those are the kinds of things that people who help us typically remember. And it's a leadership style, and so that's where I want to go with this. Leadership, humans are wired to connect from a neuroscience point of view and from a kind of a limbic resonance or an attachment point of view. We are wired to connect with one another, and we orient to power. That's why leadership is so important. Our leadership. We are leading other people, right? As we have been led and are still being led in many cases, right? So that's one of the interesting things about leadership, just as a function and as a set of behaviors. It's not always formal authority, not the leadership style that I'm talking about. It often comes with that, but it's not exclusive. It's not only about the role, because we humans are wired to look for people that have power. We orient to them, and we catch the emotions of the powerful leaders. That's a really important concept that I want you to remember from this morning's session, is that emotions are contagious. So if our leader is feeling like that, we have potential, we're
All right. With technology, there's always a plan B. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to break away in our rooms, in the rooms, yes. And what then we are going to discuss there are the two topics that we spoke about this morning. I love how Dr. Francis spoke about leadership, and it's something that we engaged and went in depth with yesterday. The leadership styles, how people lead, So it was very interesting to hear it today, is that who are the people that helped you? And it reminded me about you need a circle of great mindsets. You need to be surrounded by people with the same mindset as you in order for you to reach your goal. But firstly, I spoke about investing in yourself. But most of all, what do you want? What do you want? Where do you want to go? It starts with you for the next person to give you a hand and say, I'm ready to help you. But if you don't know what you want, you're going to be all over the place. But also,
inspire people to do things. So that's inspirational leadership. We have to manage conflicts all the time, because there's always conflicts. We have to influence people. Got to get the funding that I need. I got to get somebody to join.
What we're going to do, Mama, we will share. But continuing with that, with the topic of leadership, and there's one word that makes you a leader, because a lot of you right now, let me actually do this activity. Please, everyone, close your eyes. Please don't sleep, because you'll be fined. Close your eyes. And in this room, with just a show of hands, how many of you think that are leaders? How many of you think I'm a leader? Thank you. You can put down your hands. Some of you also here still think that you are not leaders. But it only takes one word to show that you are a leader. And that one word is followers. You are on Instagram, you are on TikTok, you are on Facebook, you are on LinkedIn. Are they followers? Do you have followers there? Do you have followers? Do you have followers? Or it's just you and your social media and your personal brand? It's just you. You can open your eyes, sorry. I wanted you to think about it. It is just you. No, it's not you. There are people watching you. There are people following you. There's people liking your comments. There's people liking your posts. So that means you are a leader. It's just that you have a different leadership style. And it would have been so great to get in depth with that, the different styles of leadership, because you also contribute. You also contribute. When you are in a team space, you contribute. As a striker, why did they put you as a striker and not a defender? It's because you contributed. Why did they put you as an administrator and not a coach? It's because you're contributing. So there's certain aspects we need to find where our gifts are. And when you find your gift, do it with excellence. Don't just do it because I'm a cashier today. Next. And you don't even smile at the next person. You don't know what the next person is going to give you. Just be kind. As a leader, be kind. Because what you give is exactly what you're going to get back. That's life. But identify the different styles, and when you are in positions, do it with excellence. And see how far that is going to take you. We always say, let's try new things. Okay, I'm trying to MC today. But I have to do it with excellence. I have to stand up here and give you energy. Someone said to me, "Hey, when energy I pay." No, because I'm doing it with excellence. It's my first time doing it, but I want to give it with excellence. Because I don't know in this room who's watching. I don't know. So every single time, that's why we put the phrase, we are here, be present. Here are coaches, here are leaders. You know, I had a conversation with Mama Miriam, and you know what she's doing in Uganda. When you get to Uganda, it's like, yo, Lana. But what she is doing to empower women in soccer, it's absolutely amazing. So when you are in spaces, don't just be there. Be present, and everything you do it with excellence. So, I apologize. No, I love these conferences because it has made me who I am today. I stand in front of you not to boast, but to say that somebody told me, there were 3 questions there that were asked. What did that person do for you? They encouraged me. They told me how great I am when I had doubts. When I said, no, Mama, I don't want to talk. And Mama, why are you putting me in front of people? But they encouraged me. They said to me, go, girl, take the mic, it's yours. When they said I'm not a professional coach, today I stand here as a professional coach in rugby. So we're going to split into our groups right now. So number 1, we are all in here. We're going to discuss the 2 topics. You do have the program with you. Number 1, in here at the auditorium, group 2, number 2s. Just next door on our left, as you come out, you're going to go left. And then number 3 is just down the corridor on your left. Are we ready? And then we will all be back. So straight from straight from the room, you will go for tea. And then we are all back in here at 11:25. It's not quite long. We will be back 11:25. Thumbs up. All right, so please, in your groups, please select a captain who's going to lead the team, and then a scribe and someone who's going to present back about the 2 topics that were shared this morning. Thank you. Any questions? I'm here. Just come to me. I will answer. If you don't have a number, you can come to us. We'll give you a number.
I don't know how many. Hello, number ones. Can I get a whoop whoop? Okay, cool. So we're all number one, obviously. I don't know. I'm not sure if everyone wants to sit closer. If we just comfortable using the mic. Are you fine with the mic? Okay. Can anyone tell me? Cool. So we've got our subscribers. Check. So coaches and sports teams. Administrators, would you like to give a suggestion?
All right, right hand in the air. Left in the air. Let's give ourselves, on time, 10 claps. When, say, Funale, 10 claps. We want this 10. Coach Desiree, you're always going to take all the gifts. And I'm looking for someone. I'm like, who's listening here? Huh? The one with the green. All right. Oh, all right. No, you are on our prize list. All right, let's give ourselves 10 claps for being almost on time. Almost. All right. Almost on time on 3. 1, 2, 3. Let's go. I knew it was going to be +1. Somebody started earlier. All right, we're going to give some feedback on the discussions that we had in our rooms, in our conference rooms. We're looking for some feedback in terms of leadership and how we can use AI and technology in the industries that we are in the communities that we are in. So I'm not going to... The auditorium, the people that were in the auditorium, I think you can start first because you were managing this mic so well. So you can go first and then we'll have the room 1, then we'll go, the last group will be room 2. Just some feedback on the discussions that you had. I'm going to give each group, checking my time, it is 5 minutes. I'm going to give each group 5 minutes to come and present, and then we take it from there. I will be seated, please watch me. I will be seated. As you speak, and go. I will give you time. If it's time out, it's time out. Just wrap it up quickly for us. Yes? We all agree? Are we all here? Are we present? All right, group 1, please come and present us with your feedback. And we have a lion coming up. It's a lion.
Okay, stand here.
I
I just want to preface, yes, I know I've got to find whatever. I just want to say that we discussed the AI topic in depth. Can't remember what the second one was. On me, not on the team. Okay. I'm going to stand with you, yes ma'am. Anyway, are you ready? Okay, we are team 1. Whoop, whoop.
Good morning, everyone. We are Team 1, and I am Lindiwe, a sports administrator here at TACT. What we were speaking about was just how AI can help us as sportsmen, as administrators, as coaches. So one of the main things we were able to figure is that it helps us monitor performance. Just like the lovely Mrs. Lulu was here, she told us how it helps with monitoring from passes to everything. So with us, we just realized that it helps us, number 1, make sure that we get the best data possible from our players and not just some data like we just look at you. Number 2, it makes it very important for us as administrators, number 1, to make sure that the coaches also, when they come back, get proper analysis, because we as administrators put it properly for them, and they can now just know that this player was actually doing a good job. Another thing is, or another suggestion that we spoke about is, instead of us as individuals saying we don't have resources, we could go and partner with institutions that have the means to do it. One of the partnerships that we spoke about was how Puma and the Soweto basketball team actually partnered up to actually get proper data and everything.
If I could just chip in there. One of the things we identified or think was a concern in some of our teams and administrators was the help of actual kit technology to help players perform better, and also just, injury-wise, if you've got a better shoe, but then how do you present that to a corporate, or how, because we know financially that's not possible for everyone to get a 5,000 Rand shoe every 4 months, or how long it takes. So the suggestion was from Miriam, she works in basketball, at the top said that there's actually a current team, and they went to Puma or whoever and actually suggested, hey, let's partner up, this team is performing well, and there we go. We've got the technology used in an environment that needs it, and yeah, that's how we got there.
And another thing is, we can't now say that we don't have Wi-Fi or we don't have data to actually do it. We do have apps that actually don't use data. So to download it, you need data, but for it to run, you don't actually need it. So one of these apps was Team Pack, right?
Team Pack, right?
So we had Team Pack and Playmaker. So these apps,
yeah.
you can use them. So obviously you can download them, but use them offline. And when you are in an environment where you do have free Wi-Fi, just switch it back on, and you can now sync your data, and everything is going to be okay. So this thing of us saying we don't have anything, where we actually aren't looking out at other possible means of making it work.
The suggestion was to rather tap into things that are already existing in South Africa. So this is an app that is in South Africa that has a good success rate and can actually work if it's spread across more than one community and one team. It is possible. So rather than bringing in something new and glamorous from the US, which is not catered for our market, we're going to tap into something local, which is lekker. Is that a wrap? Yes, so that is group one. So our suggestions are to, if you need kit technology, maybe with your teams and stuff, to suggest, put a proposal together, take it to a brand to make sure the benefit is to your communities and your teams, and also tap into something like a local app like Team Pack, and use something that is in South Africa that can work for our market, because we all have phones. So use it for our data, in the words of Simpiwe, to dominance. Where data, it's fine. Her legacy lives. Okay, so that's team one. Dagi?
Thank you, team one. If we can have team two, please make use of the notepads that we have provided and the pens. It is always good to write down and go home and reflect. So please make use of them. Don't just look at the speakers and not write anything. Write it down. Go home. If you have a laptop, put it on your laptop. Today, these were the topics, because it can help you in the future. Group two, they even have, I am telling you.
Thank you, Bongi. We are team two, with some lovely assistants, and the gorgeous Ms. Kaya, who's presenting for the first time.
Hi everyone, my name is Kylie Due, and my team and I. We're discussing the topic of power of AI in sports and leadership. Can it be used in all sports? It was a big yes. Humans and AI both need each other. How? We provide the data, and then using AI, we record it. But AI does not determine the actual or live results, the outcome. Example, the AI does not do the running in sports or the punching. But it also helps us in other ways. Example, as it was mentioned, using a watch. The watch can help us check the heart rates, also calculate our steps and stuff. But we also have to learn how to use AI responsibly, okay? And learn how to know how to use it and understand it.
A part of our discussion went back to whether AI will replace our jobs, and we spoke about how AI needs, as Kaya said, human inputs and human interpretation. And there was an example around, for example, psychosocial support in sports, and how AI can't, and even with coaches, AI can't replace human engagement in sports, and it can't replace that coach-player interaction that helps us to individualize our training programs. But it can enhance those things, so it can give us, make us more efficient in data collection and data retrieval, and it can help us to track progress more successfully. Then there was quite a big discussion around our duty when it comes to AI and our duty to use AI responsibly, because with great data comes great responsibility, obviously, just as an adaptation of that quote. And then part of that responsibility is also empowering ourselves around AI and how to use it to really harness the potential that it could have in contributing to performance enhancement. And then the discussion went on to leadership.
The importance of leadership, of which also involves mentorship. It builds confidence, paving the way for future leaders like I am here standing. I was forced to stand here. And encouraged as well. They helped me break the ice, and here I am standing here presenting. Of which is such a huge deal, and I want to say thank you very much, Coach Shay. I love you.
And then we tied, right at the end, some of our group had left already, but there were some really committed members to the discussion. So we tied the discussion together at the end between AI and leadership, and spoke about how a really visionary leader would be able to use AI with those leadership qualities in mind, those qualities of empathy and understanding and seeing the potential in young people and their athletes, to use AI to design individual programs that would help athletes based on their personal health needs. And we discussed an example like pregnancy, for example. Out of the team, because they're pregnant, they are able to monitor that pregnancy, so monitor the health of their athlete and design an individual program that's safe for that athlete to continue to develop their talent and stay involved in their sport while not harming them in any way. And then before we end, can my group just add if there's anything that we forgot?
So, good day. I'm going to add more on our coach, what coach said, because me, I did sports science, so I know there are some who did biokinetics and stuff, which is based on rehabilitating players. So we said that AI can help us customize like routines for players, and also to track their injury progress or fast track it maybe. And we had an example of pregnant women. We know that there's a stigma that pregnant women, after when they come back to sports, they are no longer in their full potential and stuff. So with we can do a program for them so that they can come back stronger, and not only physically and also mentally.
Just to add on, when we spoke about using AI and how to use AI. So as I do computer science and we did generative AI, and we learned about prompting. So being able to prompt, to be able to get the exact results that you need to know how to use AI. You can't just type whatever and get something that is very broad. So AI is very broad. You can type anything and you can get so many solutions. But if you are able to prompt correctly, then you will get the proper and exact solution that you need. Thank you.
And that is all for our presentation.
Thank you, Group 2. Trust me, we were all forced to stand here. Everyone was pushed to go, and then we say thank you after. It's like, now this is me. This is Bongi Wentleko. And you'll get that chance, my darling. Well done to Group 2. Group 3? You'll be holding all night, the support. I almost said, she owes us a fine, this lady. That's why she's laughing.
What time is it? Good afternoon. My name is Dora Mashiu, the soccer coach from SMU. I'm going to present. I'm going to start with leadership because with our AI, I think it's going to be a little bit longer. So I'm not tricky, but longer. I'm going to start with leadership because it's straight and forward. Being a leader, one, is challenging, especially if you're a woman. As a soccer coach, especially you get undermined by men. I once played at Zimbabwe. I was coaching male team. I beat almost 3 teams. The coaches from other teams, they had to go and find under 17 players because they said there's no way that we can be beaten by a lady coach. So being a leader, you get criticized, you get undermined. There's a lot of things that happens. But then if you have self-awareness, if you have confidence in yourself, if you have a group of people, teamwork, that always, you know that they're going to support you, you are going to be able to make it. Like the question that they just asked here, that who's the person that helped you to know yourself, understand yourself? A lot of people here, I'm sure they answered by naming their family members, because I'm aware that a lot of family members are the ones that pushes us far. They are the ones that say, no, you know what, you are a leader, don't give up. But sometimes as a female, you end up saying, nah, you know these male people, they categorize us. Let me just give up. But then you ended up doing KFD, you ended up doing the netball leadership skills, the rugby leadership skills. You end up being a rugby coach, a soccer coach, and a netball coach. Nothing can stop you. We are all worth it of being who we are, female or not. But then we are strong. This male don't understand that the strongest people in this world is us, females. So you end up having to be empowered by a lot of people. Some tell you that, no, go and do this course, but you know that course is not for you. This one is for you. We ended up being administrators, and you know that sitting in that office from 8 up until 4, wow. But then 4 o'clock when it beats, I change to my soccer kit. I'm like, wow. Now I'm going to do what I love. Because remember, also with money, there's no way that we can do things without money. We're just gonna be honest. And as coaches, you start by volunteering. You cannot just go to a team and expect them to pay you. So every time when you go and attend their session, you need to pop up money from your own pocket to catch a taxi, go and volunteer. Otherwise, in 2 years, 3 years, they will hire you as a coach for real and they start paying you. So before you become that, you pop up money from your own pocket, which sometimes we don't have. So we need to be pushed sometimes. We need to get sponsorships, which there are merely no one who wants to sponsor us. But then we work hard to be where we are, and we will get there eventually. And opportunities come, I still say, and I'm still going to stand by this, in a female sports, doesn't matter where rugby, soccer, or I feel that only female coaches are the ones that are supposed to be leading. The male can come behind us because we know more about females than them. I mean, now I'm going to be starting saying, I'm feeling sick. You'll be saying, no, go and sit in the bench. I know what's wrong with you. I'll go to my bag and say, what's wrong with you? And you'll tell me, I said, no, I have the pills for you. You don't have to sit. You can go and at least shayama 2 round care. And then you can go and sit. At least you train on that day. So leadership is something that you don't have to go to school for it. Some of us are born with it. You just have to embrace it. I'm going to go to AI now. AI. When people call it artificial intelligence, I call it tech in the knowledge. Without me pressing that laptop, it is not going to work. So I am the knowledge behind that tech. We're going to be honest. They were talking about Coach Calvaro, Simpiwe, showed us an image of people kicking a ball, playing a cricket, playing a netball, and there were some things that you just need to put your leg and it will tell you what to do. That thing was made by a person. It was made by a person, not just, it didn't just tell itself there and said, no, this one is going to be on 50. No, it was manufactured by a person. So without us, there's no technology. We're just going to be honest with that. But then it is very important. As they said that, training, they say 12 round, 8 minutes. When you are done, they said, no, you are lazy. Because we don't have the analysis of saying that, no, this player is good or not. We don't have that. But with AI, it helps us to know that, no, she is not lazy. She has a problem of 1, 2, 3. If we had analysis, we were going to know of what is wrong with her, especially with AI. AI is difficult to some people, especially rural areas. We here, we are okay. We have laptops, we have cell phones, we have technologies that we can use. Now you go to a place in Marapian. I'm going to give you an example of that. In a school, you go there and you find that there are kids who have cell phones. Half of the school, 90% of the school that have cell phones cannot even, they don't know how to use them. Or they have cell phones but they don't have data. How are they going to run their cell phones without data? Barriers that prevent people from using AI. 1, if you don't have money, you can't afford to buy a phone. That's economy. Capitalism. There's a lot of things that makes us not to have cell phones. Not all of the kids can have cell phones. Not all of the kids can have tablets. Even if the tablet that they've given them in school, some of them, they can't even use them. They're still now depending on us to print out manuals for them on the system because they can't use those books. Maintenance. Programs, especially in rural areas, need maintenance. If now I have an iPhone and it drops down, I'll be able to go somewhere around here. They'll be able to fix it. Do you think that someone in Marapian will be able to fix that cell phone around Marapiani? Because there's no education and there's no information. A lot of people are going to struggle. Our grandmothers now, they're telling them about ESASA. I think on ENCA, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, they were talking about biometrics, bio something. Now they expect my mother to go with a cell phone and take a picture and then enter a password, enter a PIN number. How is she going to do that? But then in our group, there's someone who came up with a plan and said, you know what, the solution. Our grandmothers will be able to function as long as that grandkid, that grandchild who stays with the grandmother can teach the grandmother how to use AI. So as long as we start training ourselves to use AI, I mean, we are going to make it. It's coming, and there's nothing that we're going to do. Look at the screens here. I mean, they're scary if you look at them. We are used to one screen, a small screen like this, but then these big ones, and then We get scared every time. There's always a new thing, a smart thing every day. You watch soccer, they give you analysis, they give you 75% of passing accuracy. You ask yourself, how did... You don't even know. But then, because of AI, they are able to manage that. Coaches now are able to know tactical and technical things about players using AI. So we need to just admit, take it in, and we'll be fine. Thank you very much, Group 3.
I was about to stop you.
Thank you very much to all the groups. I think we've taken a lot of the importance of how technology is now growing and how much we need to put up our hands as leaders to say that I'm going to try this, I'm going to try that, I'm going to make sure that we grow sport in a different way. I'm going to now move over to a very amazing person that I was privileged to meet yesterday and, you know, engage a lot with her. And the topic that she's going to cover today is more of empowering the next generation of young women and adolescent girls through advancing women and girls' rights, promoting gender equality, and fostering empowerment. We all know, we all come from different communities and we know how our communities function. And there will always be that one person to say that I'm willing to coach out of the goodness of my talent, out of the goodness of my heart. I'm willing to empower the next person through the talent that I have. And sometimes it's so tough because parents are like, Lorna, trying to make themselves better. Oh, this one. But the minute you go for it and you say, I'm not going to give up because the future of these children are in our hands and for us to use our talent. So I'm going to introduce sorry, I'll have to move around. My apologies. She is a doctor. She's a coach. She's a player. Looks can be deceiving us. I'm like, yo, you still play at this age? Yes, she still plays. She still coaches. She still empowers. She still does it all. She never limits herself. Dr. Miriam is an award-winning sports activist with 18 years of experience in using sports for social development and gender advocacy. Just that phrase itself says a lot. She is the founder and president of the African Women in Sports Initiative, a pan-African network of over 700 women from 31 countries. Which country? South Africa. 31 countries, that's real commitment indeed, to breaking barriers and expand opportunities for women and girls in sport. Dr. Miriam also leads the Africa Sport Foundation Center, Uganda, which leverages sports talent and knowledge to improve community welfare in Uganda. I'm really sorry to read this and not to look up. I don't want to miss anything. That's how powerful this woman is. And her sports activism began in 2008 in Kenya, where she founded the Junior Stars Youth Development Program to provide safe spaces and football training for youth during a time of national crisis. She holds a master's degree and honorary doctorate, in sports management, and a degree in development studies. Dr. Miriam is the author of Boots Don't Lie. Boots Don't Lie. I can step you right now. From a housewife to a sports activist. She also plays a goalkeeper in her free time. Yavimba. You are blocking them from trying to enter in our households. But thank you, Mama. I would like to welcome Dr. Miriam, but I took time. Tukwanili za Dr. Miriam. That is Ugandan language. For those that don't know, I know. It says, welcome, Dr. Miriam.
That is so nice of you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, wow. I'm even, oh, okay. I'm equally humbled by my story. Have you ever heard your story and you think, was that me? Yeah? Did I do all that? Well, I'm so honored and privileged, and to be honest, I said it yesterday, each time I come to South Africa, I leave a graduate of immense knowledge and, excitement and ideas. And one of the reasons I'm back here is because the time I came in 2022, I came with, an idea that had been rejected, not even just rejected, ignored back home. And when I came to South Africa and I was speaking at the World Football Summit, and I met these amazing women and I shared with them, I said, look here, why is it that as women we cannot have a platform, is this used? Okay. Why is it that we can't have a platform where we are all collecting together and speaking with one voice and making these changes continental-wise, not just in our countries, but if we have one voice as a continent, don't you think we could make more impact? And these women I met were from different countries, and they said, yes, please, we can do it, Mariam. If you're ready, we are ready. And that time, African Women in Sports Initiative was just a forum. And it moved from being a forum to a WhatsApp group. And before we knew it, we had members. We have now members from 30, actually today, there are 35 countries. And South Africa, I can tell you, has the biggest number in there. And we've moved from that, we became an organization, and we are registered in Uganda, and we are, making noise, and we want to have our first summit in Uganda where we are talking about gender-based violence. And so South Africa holds a special place in my heart. And I know that when I leave on Monday, I'm unstoppable, like I told her, and I will owe it all to you. Thank you very much. Just back to the presentation, I was asked to talk about women and young girls' empowerment. And it's been a thing for me since I was a child, thinking, as a firstborn daughter, I kept questioning, and, even though I was a shy little girl, I remember my first step into leadership and responsibility was when my father died at 13. And I kept asking. I remember on his deathbed, he told me, you're my firstborn, I'm leaving this family to you. Imagine telling your 13-year-old daughter that. Yeah? And I think there are some times when bad things happen, but they come up, they create good things in your life. So for me, that was my first taste of leadership. As a young 13-year-old, very confused, very lost, coming from privilege to nothing, and yet here I was with this huge responsibility. But I believe that someone said yesterday that our backgrounds shape our future. And that, coming from that space, and standing before you right now and saying I'm the president of this organization, I'm a founder of this, I've changed so many young girls' lives, I've encouraged them to do this and this. You wouldn't imagine that's the same little girl that was confused and lost at the age of 13. So some of you might be here today thinking, you're just here passing time. But this could be the space that is going to turn you into the next big thing, okay? Right now I'm 47, so you can imagine how many years has it taken me to become what I am? From 13? Who can do the maths quickly? How many years? Yeah? 24 years? 34 years? Yeah? So leadership is a process, isn't it? Empowerment is a process. So let me not go too much. Let me just go back to... I were talking about AI and I'm thinking, oh, Mariam, here I am with my papers. But I'm the other person stuck in the middle. The papers and the phone, and I'm thinking I need to upgrade myself now and stop running away from AI and save the trees. So I'll just be analog and just read some of my points, okay? So the demographic agency for empowerment of young girls, the statistics say by 2050, Africa will become a home to 1 in 3 adolescent girls globally. That's about 145 million girls. Yeah? Can you imagine the potential? And that's why this topic is urgent. That's why empowering young girls and women is really urgent for us as Africa, as women. Okay? The lost potential is that half of African girls aged 15 to 19 are out of school. They are married or parenting. Okay? Why it matters? Every $1 invested in adolescent girls' empowerment yields to 10 times economic return. So you can imagine if we had many Mariams or many of you, that are being empowered. You can imagine what would happen to Africa. The purpose of this session, therefore, is to spotlight challenges, share effective solutions, and position African girls as future leaders. Not just this session. I believe it's this conference. This is why we are here today. Across Africa, millions of young girls face challenges that hold them back from reaching their full potential. These challenges include forced to live out of school, getting married too early, facing gender-based violence, and having little to say in decisions that affect their lives. Okay? So I just want to ask, how many of you have dreams and skills that scare you? How many of you have dreams that scare you? All of you. Have you ever written them down? Yeah? How many have written them down and seen them happen? Confidently. Only one person is confident about it. 2, 3. Yeah? So if we are going to take something away today as girls and women, is the power of writing your dreams. Okay? So if we can, by the end of today, when you go back today, wherever you be in your silent space, and yesterday we learned that there's power in reflection. Sit down and write 5, just 5. You can start with 5. 5 dreams that scare you, but you want them so badly. Yeah? Be it marriage. Write it down. Okay? Yeah? Be it having children. Those are dreams. Okay? Be it growing your hair. Be it whatever dream that you have. Okay? Overcoming your fear. And just write it down. And don't write small dreams also. As much as you write them, also just include the big ones. Okay? And when you write those dreams, below each dream, write how can you get there. If you want to be a doctor, how can you do it? Okay? Just you write some little objectives on how you can achieve this dream. And then watch your space. Let's say these dreams, you're going to achieve them in 5 years. Make sure you write them down. Yeah? The dreams and goals, my dreams and goals from this year to this year.
And then keep checking. You will be so surprised. The things that I am living today are things that I've purposefully written down. Every year, I write down my dreams. I once wrote that, I'll share a few dreams. I once wrote that I want to study a PhD. But I don't like studying. Yeah? I'm not a bookworm. You know, there are people who really read. But each time I thought a PhD, I would get a headache. I would like, oh my God, this is not me. How will I manage? But guess what? The following year, I was invited to be given not a free, because I've earned it, an honorary doctorate. Yeah? And I didn't have to read. Because God knew, Mariam, you will not manage. But here is one that you have earned through the work that you have done. And I front this doctor thing like with no reservations and no shame. Yeah? So write them down. You just never know what God can do for you. Okay? I wrote down that I want to write a book, and that is because my passion was writing. Yeah? And 10 years I purposed to write a book, and I finished it. 10 years. Each year I would write, finish the book. Yeah? And then after 10 years, I had the book. So please, the one thing that you can remember today is purpose to write your dreams, okay? So let's go into the, so that I can do Mama justice for calling me here as a presenter, as a keynote speaker. Let's play this video. Then I can tell you about the challenges that we need to tackle about the girl child, okay? There is power in manifestation, okay? So listen, watch carefully. Do you want to start it from the time it... Yeah. Okay. You can stop it. So this video was made like 3 years ago. Right now we have a beautiful pitch. We have a facility for hosting students that would love to come for exchange programs. We have a lecture room that can take 50 people. So we are baby steps, yeah? And that's because a girl, a woman was empowered, okay? When we are empowered, we change communities. And the ones that are here, Mama, are, at least we can say you are heading there. But we want to talk about the girls that are still behind there. Those girls that are still struggling. What are they struggling with? And how can we be part of that? Okay? So girls in Africa are still dropping out of school. That's the reality. You know, we are seated here. It looks very nice. It's very easy to forget what's happening in our backyard. Very, very easy. And we get, carried away with the conferences and workshops. And when we go back home, let's say in December, that's when reality hits you. When you go back to the village to visit your grandmother and, that's when you realize how bad things are. And sometimes we forget to appreciate or even to think, we often think that we can't give back because we are also struggling, yes. But the reason why we are here, I believe, is because we are empowering you so that you can go back and also empower those we have left behind. So girls, many girls don't finish school in rural areas. They are forced to marry early. Others leave school when they are pregnant. Many families cannot afford school fees, and they will choose the boys instead. And a lot of girls, there's still girls missing school because of periods. Can you imagine that? Yeah? There are girls still missing school because of that. Some girls are afraid of going to school because they are being bullied. Those are realities that we must see and address. In Malawi, for example, they say teenage mothers are allowed to return to school. Does it happen here in South Africa? They do? Well, I don't think we have reached that level yet in East Africa. If you're pregnant, you go home, you stay home, give birth, maybe you can come back later. But imagine if you are shunned that time, where do you get the courage to come back? Yeah? It's not easy, okay? And of course, there are few opportunities. Even the girls that grow up and study, there are few opportunities for jobs. And I think this cuts across in the urban areas and the rural areas. Many women still go unpaid. They go home to cook. Even when you're cooking, you're cleaning, you're looking after children, your husband cannot even say, here is some little money to boost your ego and to do those other private things that we do. Yeah? And that sometimes does not motivate women because, for example, I remember when I turned 35, I told my husband, look here, I need a salary now. Yeah? But you don't pay rent. You don't pay fees. I said, no, I need a salary. As a woman, I do not have to call you and say, sweetheart, you start, maybe even annoyed you the night before, but in the morning you need money for the salon, and you have to be nice. Oh, sweetheart, please, carry. I know married women, we've gone through this, eh? And I said, no, now I need a salary, because I think as much as I'm working out there, I'm doing a lot of community work. Now the salary must come from this work because it's a lot. Yeah, I have to manage my community work and still manage your children, manage the home. And he was like, okay. And then I still have to manage my responsibilities as a firstborn daughter. Yeah, you have an uncle who will call you and say, oh, my child is sick. Oh, we have lost this person, we need contribution. Black tax, they call it. Eh? It never ends, does it? It never ends. But we can't run away from it. We owe it at some point. It's an African thing. We are a community. You cannot run away from your people, okay? Because you need to find a way of giving back, because if God has blessed you, then you cannot say, oh, suddenly, I'm too big for these people. So there must be a way of course you manage it, but there must be a way you give back. So eventually it's like, okay, that makes sense, okay? But there are so many women who are still young girls who are still in that space where they labor to take care of their families, and they cannot get jobs, and they will not get compensation. So wouldn't it be a lovely thing if, we got jobs? Also, if our spouses had money to also pay us, isn't it? Yeah? Because our spouses are our first supporters, isn't it? But sometimes that's not the case. We are going through domestic violence, your rights are taken away from you. If you've married the wrong man, your life will never be the same. It's just misery after misery until probably you make the choice to leave. Okay? So empowerment of women is very important. And it's also not easy for women to get loans. Yeah? Sometimes it's hard. Also, when you get the loans, it's hard for you to pay, because businesses are not very easy to manage if you are not equipped with skills. Yeah? You go in, get a loan, and before you know it, you're already making losses. Okay? And that's a burden. In Nigeria, they say small businesses run by women are informal, meaning that they are almost illegal. They are not legally protected and can't access funding. That's a problem for most African countries, okay? Then, of course, we have the health challenges. And this means that, for example, when we talk about health challenges, even the facilities in the rural areas, there's a place we went to take some girls for medical checkup, and basically the gloves were being reused. The hygiene in that space was, but it's a government facility, yeah? And because girls, we are the ones who are giving birth, it becomes a bigger challenge, yeah? And when you get STDs, it's a bigger challenge, okay? So at some point, that is something that we need to be addressed. And that can, later on I'll be telling you how that can be addressed. Women, of course, we also say there are women or young girls who are in war, countries that are still experiencing war. And that also takes them back, okay? Because the girls and the women, most of them stay back home. Even when the men are fighting, some have been killed in war. And you'll find that your challenges as a girl, as a woman, become double. We're already challenged as a vulnerable group. So when you add on to that, it makes it worse, okay? Then there are also the harmful traditions and gender roles that have been put on our heads, that have been instilled in us since we were young. You come to, and it also goes to the boardrooms. It goes to the field. There's a time I went to a federation and I was being praised for my body, yeah, and my looks. The moment I stepped in, the men were like, oh, we know that Muslim men marry 3-4 wives. I mean, why shouldn't women do the same? I think you're beautiful, you could have 2, 3. And those are already stereotypes, yeah? Women are looked at as sex objects, unfortunately, okay? And then we are expected to do the roles we do at home, we are expected to do those same roles in the offices. And I had to speak out. I said, look here, do you know my other side? Do you know the credentials that I have? Can we reintroduce ourselves? Please. There were like 4 gentlemen. I said, could we reintroduce ourselves first? And I told them, I give you the opportunity to introduce yourselves first. And then they started staggering with their small titles. I work in there, I do this. So I said, okay, allow me to introduce myself. And then when I introduced myself, they said, oh, madam, we are sorry, madam, we are sorry, madam. But you can imagine how many girls go through that. Because even those titles that I was calling small, if a woman is below them, she will not say anything. Yeah? And I started realizing that each time a sexist comment is made, a stereotype is made, or somebody, advances it, and we laugh at it as women, and we don't speak up as women, it continues. it continues. You know, there's another case that I have to go back home and deal with. Is this presenter who keeps making references about women's bodies. So when he's talking, oh yes, today the coach of so-and-so, the coach of this team came in. Yeah, did you see her body? Yeah, her bums. Wow. Anyway, I'm not going to say much. But, you know, and I said, I need this, I need to go back and talk about it. I need to find that guy first of all and talk to him about it. It's not right. But because we have normalized all these things, yeah, it continues. So a challenge today for you is, can we not normalize it? If you hear it, speak against it. Yeah? In Islam, God tells us that when you see something wrong, you stop it. Okay? If you can't stop it, speak about it. If you can't speak about it, dislike it. Okay? So at least I'm sure in those three, you can do at least. I mean, it could be, let's say, a president of a country said something. Maybe you cannot at that time say, excuse me, sir, that was wrong. Maybe you might not have that, but at least maybe you don't even have the power to talk about it. Yeah? But at least detest it in your heart. And then, of course, when we keep quiet, we reinforce these things into generations. You might think it doesn't matter, but your great-granddaughter will face those same things. So, and then the traditions, yeah? The female genital mutilation, it's still a thing, yeah? It's still a very real thing in very many countries. But of course, the more we speak about these things, the more they will eventually face. Yes, please. The female genital mutilation, you know, where women are, like in Somalia, in some countries in Kenya, what they do is, yes? What they do is they cut off part of your vagina. Yes. Yes. It's real. You know, one of the things that I realize is that we've lost touch of some of these things. Let's go back and look at things that are happening in our societies. Yeah? They are still real. You remember there was, I don't know if I hope I'm not misquoted, but there's a time when during the HIV pandemic, where there was this myth that you sleep with a young girl who's a virgin and, you know, you will not get HIV. But you see, because people spoke about it and refused it, I think it's now not a thing anymore, is it? Yes. So the thing is, we have to read about some of these things and try and see how best we can fight them, okay? Some girls, of course, have bigger challenges. They say in Madagascar, for example, where there's drought, some families have been forced to marry off their daughters just to survive, okay? Girls who live in poor rural areas, girls with disabilities, girls from minority groups, and those affected by war and climate disasters often find it more harder to survive, okay? And I want to commend our sister here who's, I've forgotten your name. I'm going through perimenopause, so just know that I'm so forgetful. Eh? Your good name, darling? Sofatu. Sofatu. Eh? Sure? Can I call you the fifth? Blessing, God. So blessing here. I think blessing, you are yet to tap into your real potential. That thing that you're so afraid of, darling, is what's going to take you places. And God has gifted you because you have an opportunity to speak for others. Yeah? Because you imagine you are able to come here. Those girls that are behind, just imagine a girl in the rural area, probably without even a wheelchair. Yeah? So you're privileged, you've been put in a position of privilege, a position where you can speak up. You not speak up for yourself alone. Yesterday, one of the speakers said, we speak out, we are called to leadership to serve others, not ourselves. I know if you sit down with Mama and some other mentors, I'm also willing to support you, to just come up with an idea that can help you go to the next level. Yeah? And don't feel, look at me, I'm here with my hijab, and I'm here speaking, and I'm probably the only Muslim here. Yeah? Where is the other? Where is the other Muslim? Aha. And you see, when you don't wear hijab, you can easily go. Yeah? But I used to be afraid of my hijab. I used to think, oh my God. I used to be afraid that I'm Ugandan living in Kenya. I used to be afraid that I'm a woman who's never played football and I'm in the sports industry. I used to be afraid of so many things. But then I realized those so many things were actually my strength. Yeah? And now I go places because of those things. I'm invited to places because I'm a woman in sports. I have a story to tell. I've been a foreigner in a country and I succeeded. Anywhere I go, I can succeed. If you brought me here, I would still succeed. Yeah? So those things that you think are weaknesses, sweetheart, they're your strength. Yeah? So embrace them. God, gave you that position for a reason. For a reason, okay? And for just for your information, I converted. And that's even what makes it very interesting. Yeah? So I used to be afraid of that. Oh my God. But that is my strength. Yesterday we talked about superpowers. So as much as you're going to write your dreams, also write about your fears. What is it that you're afraid of? What is it about you that makes you feel small and you feel like I cannot, maybe I'm not capable. Okay? You are capable, and those same, take them to your advantage and use them, okay? The other thing is that we need, of course, I've highlighted some of those challenges. Our urban challenges are so many, but our rural area challenges are even more. But what is working? Yeah? What are the stories of hope and change? Okay? Education and leadership. I think that is one of the key solutions to some of our problems, education and leadership. Because without those two, we are not, as women, we cannot go forth. Today, when we speak about leaders, women leaders, female leaders, most of them have advanced themselves because they've gone back to school, they've embraced leadership positions. They've not just sat back, yeah? So by being here in this forum, most of the young girls today here, you're already stepping into that position of being the next leader, okay? And then what then becomes your responsibility is to empower yourself. Look for opportunities and invest in yourself. Women, we have a tendency of spending a lot of money on our hair, clothes. I'm also a victim, clothes and shoes and what. But if they told you, hey, there's this workshop and it's going to cost this money, you're probably not going to come. Okay? But yet, you want the opportunities. You want to lead. You want all the good things, but they don't come easy, sweetheart. You've seen my journey, 34 years. There's so much I've invested in myself. I once to study that master's, I sold my car. Yeah? To buy the land that I have, I had to forfeit so many things from my family. I said, guys, look here, I cannot keep organizing tournaments. Where are these kids gonna go? They're all dreaming about Manchester United. They're all dreaming about Arsenal, But it's an impossible dream. How about we start a university and then we empower these young boys and girls? For example, if you want to be a sports manager in Africa, you'll use your passion. Oh, I played football. My grandfather played football. And then you become a sports manager. But in the real world out there, people have degrees, they're studying, man. Yeah? They have skills. Yeah? But the courses out there are impossible to afford. We can't, it's very few people can afford those courses. Okay? So then what do we do as leaders? I thought to myself, if I bought land, I could build brick by brick. Okay? Even if I don't live to see that legacy, my grandchildren, my what will see that legacy come to life. Okay? So that a young person who is passionate about sports, and maybe they have not excelled in school, because sports is physical and it's draining. It's not very easy to balance academics and sports, isn't it? So that means that there's a huge gap. There are very many young people who are missing out on education because they are playing sports. Okay? So how about we have an affordable space where they can have education, they can still play sports, but then they can also change their communities and themselves. When they graduate, they create jobs, you know. So that was the concept, yeah? So that we can have our own sports universities. I don't know how many sports universities are in South Africa. Are they there that are fully sports? Do we have any? We don't have. So can I confidently say I'll be the first black woman to start a sports university? Yes. Yeah? And I have the land, I have the brains, I have the network, so nothing is stopping me, isn't it? So I just need to find ways of getting the money, yeah? That makes these beautiful buildings, eh? And then the students are there, right? Good. So anyone can dream about anything and it can work. So education and leadership. The moment you are in an opportunity space like this and they say, come and make presentations, even if you are going to stumble, even if you're going to use broken English, even if you're going to shy away, even if you're going to be shy, the first step to leadership is stepping up. Okay? So begin small. I remember my first leadership role was I was a health prefect when I was about 15. Yeah? And my job was to see everybody, is everybody clean? Eh? Did you shower? Did you, eh? That's how fight was, yeah? And then I became a head girl at about 17, yeah? And then at 21, the next leadership role I stepped into was being a mother, yeah? But that did not stop me. At 21, I had my first child, and I went to university to study when I had a child, and I finished my degree. So if I had stopped, I wouldn't be here, right? So education and leadership, they go hand in hand, okay? And of course, safe spaces and life skills. And I want to commend Mama and South African Women in Sports Foundation. You are doing an incredible job. You are planting seeds, not just in South Africa. You imagine you're impacting on me. Yesterday I was on fire. Yeah? I was like, oh my God, I'm in the right space, the right time, the right people. Yeah? So you're not just impacting on the women in South Africa. It's a global thing, because some people are going to read about what was said here, and something will click and change. It's just that people never come back to say, oh, wow, you changed my life. Yeah? We don't have that habit. Yeah? But sometimes women who are in leadership, they also have challenges. Yeah? But the day you say, thank you, Mama, you've changed my life, it gives her another energy, another fire to continue what she's doing. Yeah? So let's give her a big clap. What did we call it? The kilo. Yes. Let's give Mama a kilo first, please. Bayete. Okay. Bayete for Mama, please. Good. All right. All right. Let's give Mama a Bayete kilo. Bayete. Thank you. So the foundation has created safe spaces. This is a safe space. And I'm sure there are so many other spaces. And this is you've talked about this being the 8th edition. That's commendable. And you are raising a confident and, successful generation. So ladies, one day when you make those dreams come true, come back and say thank you to mom, okay? Don't let 3-4 months pass without you saying, hello, mama, how are you? Yeah? I keep you in my prayers. Yeah? And believe me, I know what it means. As a founder, as a CEO, you get drained. You're like, man, why can't I just, sometimes I wake up and say, why didn't I just be normal? Stay home, just be there. But when you think about that life, it's also a bit, you're like, you know what, let me hang it there. But women who are doing extraordinary jobs are also having challenges. It's not easy. The only way we keep motivated is seeing other people successful because of the things we do. We see the change, we see the impact, and then you're like, I can move on another day. I can work another day. So thank you for the life skills. Safe spaces are so important. In Zambia, girls have joined football clubs. They've learned about health, confidence, money skills. They also get access to health services and savings accounts. There are so many things that are going on in this world that are good for women. In Africa sports, where I come from, we have grandmothers playing football. Maybe you can just share a little clip of the grandmothers, just like for 2 seconds, you see. They run around in dresses. The other day they said, Mama, we need proper uniform. If we fall, it's going to hurt us. That was a first participant.
How many of you say she's the captain? How many? Put your hand up. They have been voted. What is your name, Mama? I'm Mary. Captain Mary. 1, 2, 3. Super Women Bungona. The slogan. Emiaka. Tino Bunafu.
So they love eating, they love cooking together. After their match, they'll make rice and meat in just their small little space, yes?
Come over, let's make a movie and work your body down, down, down.
So that was really their first experience, So really, you can see some things are so small, but they mean so much, you know? Those women there, when they see me and we organize a tournament, oh my God. And their granddaughters are playing at the center as well. They play netball. So their biggest challenge, they were saying, we need uniform, we need jersey. We can't wear those skimpy shorts. So the other day we sent them material to make big trousers and some long sleeve, shirts. So I can't wait to see them in their uniform. But because of that, they tell me they feel more energetic. They feel, they have a purpose because we've opened up the center to them. Every evening, their grandmothers will be playing. The children are playing. Their granddaughters are playing, So it's a whole beautiful community, and that's what sports does. Creates safe spaces, And that is in Uganda. I hope that one of these fine days you can come and, visit us, okay? Of course, there are so many programs that are doing so many things, so many good things. There is health education, of course. There are organizations that are fronting health education, health care, yeah? And in Togo, for example, there was an app that was created just for teenagers to learn about sexual and reproductive health, okay? It offers quizzes, articles, and even a private chat with a doctor. But that also means you have to have internet, okay? So as we empower the urban areas, we have to also think about the challenges. The solutions might not be the same, and they might not be practical. So you have to find different ways of approaching each challenge. In South Africa, studies shows that girls who stay in school longer are much less likely to get HIV or have unplanned pregnancies. Okay? And that means, therefore, education, we must prioritize. We must, okay? One of my dreams is to start an education fund, yeah? And have maybe 5 students, 10 students I'm paying for. So I've already started. But you cannot believe that when you think about sponsoring students, you imagine a lot of money. When you go back to the rural areas, and you ask a child or a mother, how much do you pay for fees? Yeah? Those who go to expensive salons in one day, you will discover that actually, that money that you spend in the salon can actually pay a child's fees. Yeah? So I would like to encourage you to get in the habit of just sponsor one girl. Try. Yeah? Or come up with a group of 10 friends, especially the younger girls. 10 friends, and say, let's pay for one girl. Yeah? Let's find a girl in the rural areas and pay for her. And those blessings that you are looking for will come from that. Okay? I have one minute. So in 1 minute, I'll tell you about African Women in Sports Initiative. African Women in Sports Initiative, we are holding a summit, in Uganda on 27th and 28th about gender-based violence. Would love South Africa to be part of it. I know it's probably short notice, but one of the things we can do is we can also join our WhatsApp group, which has about 150 South Africans. Yeah? Women in sports. South Africa has the biggest number, second biggest number, next to Kenya. Yeah? So some of the things we want to do is to advocate for women's rights in sports by addressing all forms of discrimination and disparities, promote and develop women's sports through mentorship, okay? Conduct and publish research on women in sports, equip members with modern skills and technologies, raise funds and secure sponsorship for member-led sports initiative, and build and sustain a strong networking platform for members. But of course, these are things that can only be done if we are one. Yesterday we talked about being one, isn't it? Okay, so let me stop there before I'll give you the last thought, conclusion. Sorry, you can see I need a PA, or I need a, what is it? Technology. Yes. What is our responsibility in conclusion? Our responsibility begins with us, yeah? To be better. I was telling yesterday that South Africa is very blessed, yeah? You had your challenges, but somehow the challenges, you managed to overcome them. They are still there. Of course, every country still has their challenges. But when you have infrastructure, yeah, you're a step ahead. Yeah? When you have democracy, you're a step ahead. Okay? So young girls, yesterday where I was staying, there were so many clubs. And I felt so worried. I said, oh, why are these girls late out at night? Why are they out? You know, and my heart was, I couldn't sleep. I was so worried. I said, no, this can't be happening. These girls, they should be in their rooms, you know. So please, do not be tempted. And I'm speaking to the young girls here. Do not allow the short enjoyment to spoil your future. Okay? Do not. It's not worth it. You will have fun one night, but there's a whole many years ahead of you. Right? Do you think that it's possible to become a great woman if you're spending every night in a disco, in a dancing hall? Is it possible? Yeah? Yeah? If you're unlucky, you get HIV, you get STDs, you get unplanned pregnancies. I mean, if you get pregnant with a man who is spending his nights in a dancing club, your chances are, they're like reduced. Already we have, our chances of success are reduced because we are women. Now, if you mess up, it becomes worse, right? So please, girls, sorry to say this if there are men here, but keep your legs closed. Yeah? Keep your legs closed. Allow only the good things to come to your mind. Be in the right spaces. Be with the right people. Okay? When love comes and love smells nice, you will know it. Yeah? Are we together? Yes. And when I say I got my child at 21, I got the child with the right man. Yeah? I saw him from a distance and said, this one is good. Yeah? Even though I always say that it was a good mistake. Because I'm right now, I'm very proud. He's empowered me. We've grown together 26 years of marriage. Yes. So please, if you make a mistake, it better be a good mistake. Please, because we are humans. Yeah? Yeah. So that's all I can say, but I want to say again, thank you everybody for the love. I feel so blessed. I'm a better person, and you can be sure that you will see the impact of this visit in East Africa when I go back. Thank you, Mama, and God bless.
They say, Mama, when
you can find me all you want. Where is the heart? Because
this is the dollars. They say when God shows up, he shows off. So that's exactly what I took away from this talk today. What also I took out of it is, can you not normalize being degraded? Step up. Step up, woman. Step up, girl. Introduce yourself and know your title. That one, I was like, what's your title? Our backgrounds shape our future. Leadership and life is a process. Don't be too hard on yourself, but push yourself. The power and purpose of writing your dreams, that hit me hard, Mom, because we were dreaming, and now these dreams have come true. So thank you for that, Ma. We have learned so much. I'm yet to get my own dream of marriage. I'm dreaming. It's coming. Let me fix myself. But it's really empowering to hear Dr. Miriam talking about this. I'm going to open up now for questions. We do have 5 minutes for questions. Please, she is here ask any question. What you are doing, Mama, is really amazing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. My name is Bontlem Lebuga. Sorry. So when they were introducing you, they introduced you as a housewife and an activist as well, which I thought was a bit unorthodox. So I wanted to go into that. Basically asking how, in a political society where women are often advised to prioritize the home life, how have you been able to balance the expectations while pursuing the activism?
Oh, thank you very much. When I was, I think, 24, I moved from Uganda. I just finished my degree in Uganda, and I had so many hopes for being, getting a job and earning so much money. But then I moved to Kenya, and I couldn't find a job for 7 years. So I was a housewife for 7 years. I knew which corners were dirty, which corners to clean. I even knew how to clean a dispenser. You know that dispenser up there? We used to bring a guy, and he would come and open it up and clean it. Then we pay him some money. Then I kept looking at him. I said, but this thing is practice. I can do this. So I started, next time I opened it myself, cleaned it up, and, there it was. I was like, so I knew everything as a housewife. The only time it changed is because my son kicked this ball to my neighbor's, cracked the Mercedes-Benz, and that's how I got into sports. Because we paid for that damage, and I realized we cannot keep paying for this, yeah? So for all my 34 years of working, I have worked from home. You cannot believe it. I have worked from home, tried to balance my work and my family. So even when I travel, I'll travel and still come back home, okay? I tried to open offices, and then I'll feel lost. I realized I'm spending so much money, yeah, on offices, yet these same things I can still do them when I'm at home, yeah? Run workshops, organize tournaments. If the young people are here, if you want to know the things that I've done, you can Google my name and you'll see. And you will wonder how is it possible that this person didn't have an office. It's possible to balance. But it for everybody is different, okay? You can work and go to office and still manage your home, okay? So everyone has a way they deal with it. I chose that path, and I chose that path because also I had an anchor to lean on, okay? My husband was working, and I figured out, let me take care of the family, you do the working, okay? And we balanced it like that. But there are some places where it will not work. So if my formula cannot be your formula, because you might go to your husband and say, bro, you go work, me, I'll stay here. He kicks you out. Yeah? Right? So you have to find your own balance according to what's happening to you. Yeah? But one thing I can say is that giving time to your children is priceless. It is priceless. Okay? And how I've managed it is somehow involving them in the work that I do. Every project that I have done, my children have been involved. That video that you see, my son, who is doing IT, has done it for me. My daughter, she's going to study medicine now. She's involved in my football work. She helps talk to the grandmothers when I go with her. So my husband will be playing in the tournaments. My sons will be playing in the tournaments. Of course, that does not mean that I don't have challenges. There are days when I'll wake up and I'm like, oh my God, I wish I had money. Yeah? Like money, like you look at some other women, they have so much money, you're like, I want to be like that. Yeah? But then again, you go somewhere and you say the woman has money, but maybe she's struggling with something you're not struggling with. And you say, you know what? money first, wait, let me, let me first do this. So what I'm trying to say is that it is an individual calling. You have to plan yourself. Yeah? There's someone who said that you can only borrow the design of the house. Yeah? But you can't borrow how they live in that house. Okay? So you can pick up basics from me, but you can't really do the things I do. Because we come from different backgrounds, we have different values, we have different visions. So, but one thing I can tell you, your children are your investment when you get them. Yeah? And of course, I tell my kids the people that are related to you most are your mother, father, your siblings. Your husband can come and go, right? But your children will never come and go. Your mother will never come and go. Yeah? Of course, if they are dead, that's a different thing. But if they are alive, give them time. And if you find a good husband also who is amazing, give him time. Try to balance. Okay? And then the last one, there are things you have to do for yourself that no one can take away. Education, empowerment, knowledge. Those are yours. Okay? I hope I've answered you. Or have I confused you? Yep. Any other question? Yeah.
Hold the mic above the receiver. Okay.
Afternoon, everybody. My name is Vanessa, and I'm from TUT Malahleni campus. I work mainly with the football side in the sports office.
Hold the mic above the receiver. Yeah.
So we have a challenge whereby when we try and recruit kids that are like still in high school, right? And we try to infuse them into like the university system. But most of them, like, they just have this goal that they want to go and play football professionally. They're not being realistic in terms of not everybody can actually like make it there. So I want to know, how do you navigate that pathway whereby, because, okay, most of them, we talk to them, even go to their homes, talk to their parents, try and be there for them in their, like, especially matric year. And then when it comes registration period, they get the next offer from the football club that's around, and then they go there, they leave the offer that we're giving them to go to varsity, because most of them, like, you actually speak to them and they actually say, no, we don't want education. I just want to go play football. So how do you think we can work our way through that? Because they just have this mindset that we just want to play, but then realistically, so not everybody can actually make it.
Yeah. You know, it's a big problem that we have. It's a mindset problem. Yeah, we always think that abroad is better. You know, we always think, you know, we want quick money. And I can't blame them, because until I went for that master's in Real Madrid, I also went there with a vision. Okay, I'm going to study at the best university, you know, with football, the best club, associated to the best club, and probably there will be a chance that my players can be recruited by Real Madrid. I was thinking, I'm very smart. I go get the masters, but I also get connections. You know, people in sports, we are always thinking, it's not a crime to want better, yeah? But we also have to be realistic. So I went, studied, then I met these great agents. So I'll tell them, guys, I run this football club. You know, we have very talented young players. You know, so, you know. So this guy told me one day, he said, Mariam, look here. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. But Africa needs to wake up and realize all the young players, wherever talented they are, they can't come to Europe. It's impossible. Because The big clubs have invested billions and billions of money in their young players. As young as 5, they are poaching them. 10, they are investing millions of money in them. So how will our children fit in that system? Yeah? Unless a child is extremely talented. And if a child is extremely talented, he should be shining in the national team, right? Playing for the under 17 and what, yeah? And excelling at it. And your country also must be getting it right in terms of football or sports, investment. You know, you are ranked highly in terms of all those things. They have to make up. They don't just come and pick a player without analyzing the whole situation. So he says, look here, if I were you guys, I would invest in my own leagues. Yeah? So one of the challenges that we have is that we tell our young people the wrong things. And it also goes back to the coaches, isn't it? Because where did these guys, not just coaches, but even the media, yeah? We sell the outside clubs, we feed it in our media more than our own local clubs. If I asked, maybe South Africa tries, but if I ask someone, let's say randomly in Uganda, which club do you support most? Obviously, it will be a Man U, Arsenal, Chelsea, you know. At least here, sometimes you can hear that pride of the local clubs here, yeah? Isn't it? Which clubs do you support? Look at, you see? So the other solution we have, of course, is education. It goes back. When we start thinking about sports as a business, we invest in our own countries, yeah? And then when we start changing the young people's mindsets, yeah? Empowering them, bringing them to such forums to realize that education is the key first, okay? And to have them, to expose them to role models. People who have tried what you are discouraging them from and didn't succeed, but they tried something else. Or someone who has gone through that path and chose, I must prioritize education. So find the role models. Because a young person might not listen to you, but might listen to someone who has had a similar story, yeah? So if you can find role models, that would be good. If you can expose them to even just universities, young university students can be exposed to these other ones who are not doing well. And then somehow it rubs on. Mentorship. Those are things that those are tools that you can use. Yeah? But it's also not an easy task. Eh? It's something that we have to, it's a process. So if you can change one, maybe you'll know that one will change another person. Yeah? Step by step. But mentorship, role models, yeah? That could be helpful. Yes, please.
Hello, my name is Kilebokhile Nkwari. I'm from.
Your name again, love?
Kilebokhile.
Kilebokhile.
Yes.
Okay.
The question that I have is, how do we get hold of the WhatsApp group?
Mm-hmm.
And the other question is that sometimes it's hard to empower people who live in a society that is very traditional. So they believe a woman are supposed to do this, men are the only ones who are supposed to play sports, and so how do I empower young kids who come from that traditional society? Thank you.
Okay, I'll begin with a simpler one. Maybe I'll share my number so that I can put you on the group. Okay? +254 733 695 721. Okay? 254 733 695. Okay? That's the group, that's our secretary's number. She will add you to the group immediately. But if you want my personal number, please, I can also give you. Yeah? If you're going to promise that it's serious stuff, eh? We do work. You come with ideas, we make this thing change, right? Yeah? You promise? Good. Plus 254 plus 254 Okay? 7, yes? Oh, okay. So you will find me somewhere and I'll give you the number.
You'll definitely
Good.
find her during lunch.
Okay. Have we finished? Any other questions? You can still find me online, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, or X, and possibly Y.
Mom, I wrote this down, but I'm not sure if I'm going to pronounce it properly. Wabele Nyanyambo. Mama, thank you, doctor.
You have murdered it.
I have murdered it.
Murdered it.
Thank you, Mama.
Let me give you the right pronunciation. Webale.
Webale.
Nyo.
Nyo.
Yes. Nyabo.
Nyabo.
Uh-huh.
Webale.
Nyo.
Nyo.
Nyabo.
Nyabo. That means thank you. You are learning something from me, ne? Today. Ugandan language. Come now. I'm going to Uganda, Mama. Please, my name, conference.
I would like to give Mama, present her with my book, Boots Don't Lie. Yes.
I must first take the book.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay, here. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much. I truly appreciate it.
Okay. Miriam, thank you so much. I know I've said thank you yesterday, but it was too early. But I think now after the presentation and the fact that you even address the young people here on very sensitive issues, you have made a lot of difference on our side. But I think we will be building a very good relationship with your organization because of the fact that we have to contribute also in the organization. We will be there in Uganda. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
So much. Brilliant work you're doing.
Thank you.
Yes, and thank you so much, MCs. I hope I want to see you in Uganda.
Of course, Mom.
You can come and be an MC there as well. You do a brilliant job.
Thank you, Mama. We have manifested and
Yes.
you have planted. These are the fruits, Mama. These are the fruits, Mama, I receive. We are definitely coming to Uganda. All right. Can we please give Mama a spirit kilo? All right. We're going to go spirit kilo, which goes 1, 2, 3. No, I actually want the fireworks. Fireworks because she's on fire. So we go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Shui, 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 shui. Boom.
Oh my!
So we go shui, 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 shui. Boom. Right, please, with energy, with vibe. She brought it. Let's give it back to her. All right, let's give Mama a spirit key. Yeah. This time, even Coach Desiree was wrong. I said spirit and not fireworks. All right, let's give Mama a fireworks key. No? Thank you. We are going for lunch now. We will go for lunch. I'm so sorry to all the panelists. I wanted to save it so that everyone is here to listen to your stories. We're going for lunch. We are back here at 5 to 2. I'm not going to say 2 o'clock because you'll come in at 5 past. So I'm saying 5 to 2. We are back here. Those that owe us fines, please come and see us. We are very serious and intentional about these fines. When you were late, if you were working, please come to us. Thank you. Enjoy lunch.
There you go. So that you don't forget and wonder, who is this? You know, I also do that. Sometimes if you don't write a name,
Thank you. I'd like to just call up Mama to just acknowledge a few legends in this room.
Where are they? Where are the ladies who are sitting here? Okay, fine. Those who are of my level on the same floor with me, can we stand up so that the youngsters could appreciate us? Stand up. Hey, stand up. Where's Lydia? Where's Lydia? She's still eating. Oh, she will pay the fine. So these are the legends. I can remember when they talk about the legends, it's like it's only men. No. We do have our own legends. So these are our legends. The other one is Coach Des also. She's coming. Our SAFA CEO is here. Look at this legend who is actually looking at me like she's not. Amanda, how? Okay, there's another legend. So ladies, you young people, these are the people you should look up to. And one day, these people will be on our list for mentorship in order for them to mentor you. But thank you so much, ladies, for honoring this event because it's so important for us to interact with young people. And some of them you can see, they are seeing you for the first time. When Osria Hatlamo, already before I greeted her, she was already. I just said to her, you'll find me in the dining hall. But that's how much they need to interact with us. So I just wanted to say thank you, but I wanted them to also recognize you. Thank you. Can we clap for the legends? Yes.
All right, we're going on 20 for the legends. 10 is too little. 10 is for me, but I'm going to Uganda, by the way. So it is what it is. All right, we're going 20. 20? Right hand up. Left hand up. When I count to 3, up. 3, we start clapping. 1, 2, 3. It's okay. It's always nice to give extra. You know, we work with excellence, so we clap extra. All right, I'm going to hand over to Utabile just to give us what's next on the program.
Thank you, Mabons. Thank you, Mabons. Oh, sorry. Hey, sorry. I'm not used to the camera, hey? Thank you so much, Bongi. So we're just going to continue with our program for today. We're going to be having a very powerful panel discussion. A few legends are going to come here and give us a lot of knowledge around education, around health, around fighting violence against girls and women. So there will be a lot of conversations. Please put your questions there because we're going to have a session after that where you can engage with our panelists and we can exchange knowledge, you know. But before that, I'm going to introduce you to a very amazing woman. She's just going to set us up for that panel. You know, we're going to play a very short video of her. She couldn't come personally, but she sent us something because she wanted to contribute to this amazing conference today. But I want to read something before I get to her name. So, she is amazing. She's not only just a coach, she's a facilitator, she's a speaker, and she's also the founder and president of Changemaker Strategies. Changemaker Strategies is actually a very, very great foundation that helps programs run by women for women on fundraising and also investing on those programs. So she's very important in making sure that we do have the funding for all of these programs, right? Her name is Mrs. Scott. So we're gonna play a short video of her. Let's just give her just 2 minutes before we get into the panelists.
Thank you for having me. My name is Judy Scott, and I'm honored to be speaking to you. Thank you, Natambi, for the invitation to share some insights around empowerment and equality in women's sports, but really, beyond the game, women's sports challenges and opportunities. Here's a short bio of some organizations relevant to today's conversation where I've had the honor of being part of the leadership. But really, the most important thing to know about me is I was at a gym as a coach or player of basketball for 17 years. I still identify as a point guard. Today, I'm a coach of leaders and philanthropists. Playing basketball gave me economic security and outlet for my emotions, my first girlfriend, and so much more, and a sense of family. For 20 years, my work was primarily focused around women's health and women's sports. And for the last 20 years, I've been really in the space of women's philanthropy and social justice investing. I'm a lifelong athlete, a gender avenger, and an activist around women owning their power, agency, and autonomy. I am coming to you today from the unceded territory of the Pawtucket and Agawam people in northeastern Massachusetts. My pronouns are lesbian feminist. She, her works too. I have red hair and a red shirt and a feisty attitude. And you are here today, as you know that sport is the great equalizer. It brings us together, it inspires us, and it teaches us discipline and resilience. And for women and girls around the world, sport is more than a game, it is a lifeline. It's a gateway to better health, a gateway to education, a shield against violence, a driver of economic power, and increasingly, it is a stage for cultural change and activism. And its impact is felt globally. When the U.S. women's national soccer team won the 2019 World Cup, the stadium erupted with cheers of equal pay, equal pay. That chant echoed across the globe. Not just about soccer, but about justice. It was a reminder that sports are not played on a level field for women and girls around the world. And not only around pay gaps. When we look closely at women's global sports, we see challenges and opportunities in physical and mental health, the quality and depth of media coverage, and the power of the athlete's voice in policy and political movements. The chant could be expanded to say equal pay, equal play, equal say, and dare I say, equal power. Today, I'll take you through 4 domains: health, media, economy, and political activism, to show both the barriers and the breakthroughs shaping women's sports today. When a girl laces up her sneakers or joins a soccer team, she's not just playing, she's building a healthier life. We all know that sport offers lifelong habits of fitness and body positivity, self-esteem and resilience, leadership and teamwork skills, goal setting, collaboration, mental health skills, focus, discipline, belonging, and more. Playing sports gives girls agency over their own bodies, teaching them strength and giving them a pathway to health, resilience, and confidence. And sports are fun. Yet girls have to overcome gender discrimination and cultural bias from family, friends, community to get and stay in the game of sports. Additional barriers, such as access to opportunities, travel and safety concerns, social pressures, lack of financial resources, poor coaching styles, and more, keep girls on the sidelines. If we are truly seeking empowerment and equality for girls and women, we need all the strategies possible, and especially embodied empowerment. Women Win worked with the field to create guidelines showcasing how sport is an effective platform to address gender-based violence. They found many elements of sport that decrease the risk or incidence of gender-based violence. Sport makes girls aware and in control of their bodies, builds trust. Sport teaches girls to ask for help. It helps build self-esteem and self-efficacy, which can translate into so much more. It unsettles the gender order, and sport encourages boundary setting and builds courage. So we know that by giving girls agency over their bodies and courage to set boundaries and confidence to move in male-centric spaces, change can happen. But when girls are denied this chance, they lose much more than a game. Women athletes also face unique health challenges that are too often ignored. Anterior cruciate ligament tears. Actually did my master's thesis on that in the late 80s, trying to understand why more women had those tears than men. Currently, it's at a rate of 2 to 8 times more, and we're finally realizing that it's related to our hormonal cycles, as well as Q angles in our hip and other things. But we need to study women and girls. Only 8% of sports science research is focused on women. Thankfully, coaches like the US national team coach
on the inequality around women in sports, but then it's a global fight. So I think she has clearly showed the vision of this foundation is not only here in South Africa, but globally for us as women in sports to get our contributions equally recognized and equally rewarded. So before we go to our panel, I know Bongi wants to introduce us to someone who's going to take the torch away from us. Yeah, because I think you've heard our voice too many times. So, Bongs.
Not only is she taking the torch, but she's absolutely amazing. Sometimes you're like, hey, yes, let me give you a torch because it's yours, Vale.
Thank you for having me.
It's only a pleasure. This amazing lady is a visionary at heart whose passion for marketing and communication helps uplift brands and ensure that brands resonate with their respective audiences. I'm so sorry to read. I just don't like missing anything because one mistake, I don't want to off-ramp. This wonderful lady is currently the marketing manager at the Wits School of Governance, Africa's leading school of governance. Based in South Africa, this wonderful lady worked with organizations such as Special Olympics South Africa, Tax Sport. I saw a few of the tax people here. So she is here, so you can have a chat with her. Faculty of Health Science at the University of Pretoria and is now based at the Wits School of Governance, where she oversees the marketing and events portfolio. Her expertise: compiling marketing strategies, communications plans, conceptualization. Yes, conceptualization. It's Wits, after all. And implementation of campaigns. She's a digital marketing, also does media relations, events management, and speech writing. I told you, this torch, give it to the relevant people. I'm going to introduce you to a wonderful, she's beautiful, she's amazing. Even the dress code says it all. But the way you look, the way you look. Memani, Boikanyo, Raleboch. We thank you so much for gracing us with your presence. There's a lot of marketing people. You see, we are bringing you people, and if you don't want to chat to them, that's on you. That's on you. So thank you very much, Mama, for joining us and leading this amazing panel that will be introduced. Thank you so much, Meman.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Program Director, I think we'll be doing them an injustice if we don't give them a round of applause for managing the program today. Thank you so much, please. As they mentioned, my name is Mani Bikanyo, Ngwana Ditlowu, Ngwana Bakwena, Ngwana Bapo. Kulos Kopot Gogo in the game. If you don't get it, forget about it. And of course, and it's absolutely an honor to be here with you today and to facilitate this amazing panel. So, without wasting any further time, I'm going to call our panelists one by one, and they'll walk down, and then you'll give them a warm welcome as they take these seats, because I think it's very important that we give life to one another, that we speak life to one another, not only in words, but in action too, because being alive is a privilege we should not take for granted. So first and foremost, I'm not going to waste time. I'm going to call my colleague, I guess, in the marketing and communication space, Ngobile Gama, who is no stranger to the world of sports. Ngobile has worked in various sports organizations. She's worked at Cricket South Africa as the brand and marketing manager. She's currently the senior sponsorship manager at Nedbank, but please don't harass her for funds. Just keep it easy. And most importantly, she's also done a thesis based on a master's for business management at UJ that focused on topic areas aligning with issues pertaining to female leadership in sports. So ladies and gentlemen, you must also know that when you also look at your educational journey, how are you going to pay it forward with that educational journey? Ladies and gentlemen, Mwabile. Don't be surprised. I'm going to start with the youngins because obviously we got to make sure that when we introduce the legends, people understand why we take things in a particular manner. Next up, I cannot waste any further time. I want to call on a seasoned sports broadcaster, Kato Low. So Kato Low started her journey in campus radio at Stellenbosch while she was studying for a sports science degree. And she has built her brand and portfolio, having worked as a sports anchor at Cape FM Talk, as well as KFM, not forgetting the fact that she works as super sport in the rugby fraternity. Why does it feel like I'm overselling people? This is who they are, so we have to give people their flowers, of course. So she also does a lot of broadcaster work. She works at Super Sport. You'll recognize her from Varsity Cup games, from some school sports games, and etc., etc. The CV Guningi Guningi. So we're not going to hold everybody back. Yes. Yes, you got it. Yeah, Baya. Yeah, but I don't know how it's going to feel when you said when you said the Varsity Cup.
No, maybe not.
Yeah, please. I'm kidding. So this is Katolo, guys. Please give her a round of applause. Now we are changing the trajectory. We're starting to move towards the legend area, right? So please pay kind attention. I'm going to start with somebody who played a key role in the profiling of sports during an important transition in this country. A journalist with over 20 years experience in the journalistic field. I'm sure I'm actually saying the years quite lesser than they actually are. She's a corporate communication specialist, PR practitioner, reputational management specialist, and she's somebody who also has played a critical role in how we tell our sports stories, right? So you look at the historical context, and the reason why I want you to understand and I want you to conscientize the legendary aspect of the people who are also going to join this panel is because you need to see the transition and difference in approach and how we experience sports currently today versus how sports was experienced during apartheid and post-apartheid, because those are important conversations that we need to also have as we look forward towards ensuring that we do advocate for true equality for women in sports. So, without further ado, Melinda, please do join us on stage. So she covered an array of different sporting codes and also shone the spotlight when South Africa was readmitted to participate in sports post-apartheid. And without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to call on another legend. So this particular woman, or a mewarona, or a nkhonowarona, maybe to some, is somebody who is a true sports legend. And if you do not know who she is, make sure you Google her. Make sure you know people who understand the truth of the struggle of being a woman in sports in this country, not only as a woman in sport, but also as a black woman in sport. Merosina Sidiba. Sidibani Mudiba. Ladies and gentlemen, she was the first black woman to win gold in the 1,500 meters at the multiracial provincial championships. That was in 1977, post, obviously, the Youth Day debacle, right? So can you imagine the reality of the life that she had to live? She represented this country both regionally and nationally, but only got her Springbok colors in 2014. And these are the realities of many women in sports. Like as you can see, we've got quite a number of legends in this room who probably will share stories like that resonate. Le the storia me Rosina. She also has a school. I think she's one of the only women in this country who has a school named after her. Clock it. And I think it'll be an injustice not to give her another warm round of applause. And of course, last but not least, the woman who is actually the reason why we're all here, the brainchild behind this amazing South African Women in Sports Foundation, a woman who is selfless and pours her heart into many of our own cups, a woman who has mentored people like myself, who also takes pride in making sure that she continues to empower young women. She's got over 3 decades worth of experience in strategic sports governance. So please, don't take a light, please. She's been the chairperson of Boxing South Africa, Tennis South Africa at some point. She's worked at the PSL. I think you were the marketing manager for the PSL at some point, probably before some of us were born. And most importantly, she is the chairperson and founder of the South African Women in Sports Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Memorita Miravele. So just household rules, dear panelists, you are going to have to share the microphones. But I'm sure we know that sharing is caring. So obviously, as you are aware, this discussion is going to be framed around the role of education, health, peace initiatives, media, political participation, economic empowerment, and the programs that exist to eliminate violence against women and girls. So I am going to start with the legends as per protocol, because as Africans, we know that we start with our parents. So I'm going to do right by my elders, and I'm going to first start with Merosina, our legend, right? So Merosina, because you've got quite an extensive experience in terms of school sports, as well as obviously being a professional athlete between 2 different worlds. What we'd like to find out from you is how can educational systems better integrate sports, right, to empower young women and girls, particularly in underserved communities in Merosina?
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a privilege to be with you today to discuss the point that it's very important to me, the school sports. Because I'm a product of school sports. If ever it wasn't school sports, maybe I wouldn't be there. But because of school sports, involvement in school sports made me to be here today, to meet people like Bomentambi. She knows how is it to be in school, to teach little one to be in sports. We start there. We cannot start there in order to reach there. We must start there. But if we are going to start here, there's no foundation. We need to have our foundation correct in order for us to be equal to one another. That is why in turn now, we lack Olympians in our country, because we start somewhere here. Some get sports when they are in university, some in high school. But if you can understand this one, they were talking about Tiger Woods with a nappy, trying to roll the golf with a nappy. But we are going to start when we are in university. Is it going to work? How about our muscles? Everything from us is already formed. We need to start from a younger age so that we can reach our highest. And then education, but a sound mind in a sound body. In order, if ever you are an athlete, you are taking part in sports, usually it's easy for you to be educated. And then in order for all sports criteria, they've been talking about football, the team come and pick up the talent from the club and carry on. But because that person is not educated, later on, he or she drops. Yeah. You need to be educated in order that if ever you drop, you are able to carry on. You know, sports is something that is physical. If it's physical, here am I. I was an athlete on my top level, but what happened? I had a knee injury. And then all was off. I thought maybe I'll come back, and then I never come back to the standard that I wanted, because sports is physical. Therefore, we need to take care of our physique. And then thereafter, if ever I did say, I was just in sports, but I carried on. I went on, become an educator, and try to educate little ones from the primary level in sports. I was coordinator of sports in the primary level, the chairperson of most of the sporting code. You can name them, but I was specializing in athletics. Athletics is my baby. Otherwise,
course.
you can.
Thank you so much, Merosina. Jumping on your point, right?
Yes.
You spoke about a sound mind, a sound body, right? Or a good physique.
Yes.
And that you're a product of school sport. So I'm going to pull this question to both you, Limendam, because the both of you have also had your respective journeys in school sports or in the school sports system. So from your perspective and your experience, how critical are school and community level programs for the development of women in the sports pipeline?
Come again. How critical? All right.
How critical are the school and community level programs for women in sports, especially pertaining to the pipeline to becoming elite athletes?
The main thing that we have, the problem that we have with this generation, is support. The main thing is support. Our parents, especially our parents, they don't support our athletes. In order, they say that the gift, you nurture the gift from here, from the womb. It's been nurtured here. And then if you nurture that gift from here, and then after being born, you carry it on. Please carry on until you reach the peak. And then let us educate our community the importance of education and sports. Therefore, in order, because we have the informal settlement and all those things, in order to bring them together is through education. We get them from education because we get those children from our schools to educate them and give them the chance to be involved in sports. They are from informal settlement. They have nothing, but usually we as teachers, we take it over to be the parent. We co-parent those learners. We'll take them from our schools to the sporting event, bring them back in order to close the parent involvement.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mani. I think it's quite important because of the fact that women had not been exposed to a lot of sporting codes. It is important for us to make sure that still at, what do we call it? Is grade R, the preschool. Yeah, still at preschool. Kids should actually start doing physical activities, especially for girls. And I think we need to follow it up at primary school. And I will give an example about the cricket example with KFC, where they continue to do mass participation through KFC. So these girls are learning those skills at a lowest level. And cricket again, they then form hubs in communities, which links from school to clubs. And in those hubs, most of the players today, national players, especially from disadvantaged communities, that are in the national team are coming from hubs. They are not coming from clubs, they're coming from hubs, which are formed by the association. But where I think we need to put more energy in that pipeline, it's at university, because of university is a pipeline for our national teams. And we need to make sure that more girls are participating at that high level. We shouldn't see them only in football and netball and a little bit on rugby. And cricket, I think it's lacking at university level. We need to see more sporting codes where women are catered for at a university level so that
we can actually see more Olympians at a level of Olympics. I'm quite happy with the program now at university level, at other levels, but I think there are areas that we need to improve. But where I feel more concern, it's preschool. And I think that's one area that we need to, and if there's one resolution that possibly we might come up with, is to actually start talking to the Minister of Education.
Mentambi, in connection with the preschool, I don't know, maybe because I'm from the primary level. In our area, we have the preschool competition. They have them, it seems like quarterly. They come to the stadium in order to involve them in sports, because if ever you say a gymnast at the preschool, what is he or she going to do? But if ever you introduce that person to the sum of the things that he or she needs to do, then he or she will going to have the grades as he goes on. We have them in our area.
All right. Thank you so much, Mero Sinalin Mendambi. And as we speak about mass participation in sports and people's involvement, one of the things that is such a huge concern in our country is gender-based violence. It's also the issue of gender-based violence in sports environments, because we've seen quite a number of cases where people are coming out saying they've been victims of some kind of abuse, whether it's from a coach, whether it's from a teacher or a mentor, who was supposed to be somebody who was a safe space for them. Now, with this alarming rate of femicide and outcries from many activists about gender-based violence and its impact in sports, how can sports clubs and organizations respond to the gender-based violence crisis within the sports level, and how can they ensure that they create safe spaces for victims to also speak out and to also be protected?
According to me, it's if we can get female coaches. We lack female coaches. And then most of the women, I don't know whether are we given the opportunity, or are we not given the opportunity, or we shy away from that opportunity and give it to men. Most of female clubs are coached by men. That is why they get that advantage of the ladies and everything. Because those poor little ones, they look at them as their heroes or their what. Therefore, it's easy for them to abuse them. If we can get female coaches, then I think we will close that gap. I don't know.
Thanks, Marina.
Thanks, yeah. There's an issue that okay, let me not start with the issue. So
let's start peacefully first. It's not time for war yet.
Yeah, it's not yet time. So there's a program that through SASCOC, they have started with all national federations on safeguarding. And we are seeing people trained all over. But I think where I feel we are not doing well is the fact that there is training of safeguarding, there's no monitoring, and also there's no system that we have built to say after safeguarding what happens. And I know I was talking to patients about it to say I think we need to sit down and look at what is the follow-up on safeguarding. We shouldn't just say no. Federations are training to do safeguarding. We are actually monitoring those naughty boys or whatever. But what do we do thereafter? And also, we need to create a safe space for girls. It shouldn't be in the federation only where they can report the issue. It should be somewhere independent where they won't be afraid to be victimized. Because the problem that we have is the fact that as soon as you say, I have been abused, you are victimized. And we need to get a way of creating a safe space for girls and women to be able to report those cases. And we should deal with them. It shouldn't be just by reporting and that's it. We should actually deal with those issues, but also give counseling to those women and girls.
Thank you so much, Mama Ntambi. I want to move on to Melinda, and I want to now move this conversation because we're speaking about accountability, we're speaking about safe spaces that are independent of involvement from stakeholders within the sports fraternity. So, Melinda, I think firstly, how can we use sports platforms from a media perspective, right, to promote firstly peace and eliminate violence against girls and women, but most importantly, how can we also protect victims of sexual abuse or harassment within the sports fraternity from a media perspective? Because we do know that most of the time, somebody will come out and share their story. First thing that happens, oh, you wanted it, or you chose to be a victim. There's always a huge element of cyberbullying, and that's why most people choose to hold back and not report things, because they're afraid of the humiliation of reliving already that kind of trauma. So from a media perspective, how can we look at that?
Okay, thank you very much. So from a media point of view, I think it's very important to first sort of give a picture of what the media space currently is like. Currently, unfortunately, the media space is in a very dismal situation in that a lot of newspapers have closed down. For instance, recently at Media 24 at Naspers, you had the closure of your physical newspapers like your city presses, your Beelds, Daily Sun, and all of them have moved online. You also equally have a very serious challenge in that there's also been a lot of staff cuts in a lot of the newspapers, a lot of layoffs, so there's fewer journalists to cover stories, particularly in the sporting sphere. And what you find now is that whereas previously you would have a sports writer specializing solely on cricket or on rugby, and that's all that they wrote. A lot of journalists now have to sort of double up. They have to become generalists a lot of the time. You don't get to the nub of the beat or the code enough, right? Then there's also the issue of juniorization of newsrooms, where you don't have your old experienced people anymore. You have younger journalists coming through for various reasons. It might be cheaper, for example, rather than paying your specialists and so forth. And like I indicated, they don't, come to grips with the sports, with the code, with the issues, with what's happening behind the scenes. So irrespective of the fact that they say sport and politics ideally should not mix, inevitably, politics always influences sports. What happens in the boardroom always translates to what's happening on the field, right? So within that terrain, obviously, the few sports journalists that are there are very, very few and far between. Okay, so they're thrown into that situation. You will ideally have to sink or swim. There's not enough mentors. There's not enough people to bounce ideas off, et cetera, et cetera. You're just expected to go out, get the story, come back in, and so forth. Now, in terms of the whole issue of, GBV, et cetera, and so forth, obviously in that sort of terrain, when you encounter situations like that, when you are cornered, for example, by a coach at a practice match, or whatever. You are caught between a rock and a hard place. You want the job. You're scared to say anything. Who do you confide in? You might not necessarily feel comfortable in confiding in your sports editor per se. Who do you go to? Who are you able to, pour your heart out to? So the atmosphere is just not conducive, it's not supportive enough. It's still very male-dominated, of course. You're few and far between. So it's very, very difficult to maneuver and to navigate. And unless you have a very strong will, you're principled, and you can stand up for yourself and push back. It's incredibly difficult. And a lot of them just end up just basically keeping quiet and not saying anything. And just sort of stomaching it,
But also when we touch on those issues, because then there's a lot that's coming out about the lack of a lot of safe spaces for victims. But I also want to touch on the issue of PR. Because Linda, you've got quite an extensive experience in the PR space. And I think, God forbid, hopefully nobody has been a victim, but if somebody is in a situation like that, from a PR perspective, what guidelines would you give them on how to frame whatever they need to put out there? Because it's very difficult, because once information like that comes out, people either tend to keep quiet, and sometimes silence is a declaration or a perception of actually not being a victim. So from a PR perspective, what guidelines would you give somebody who finds themselves in a very sensitive situation like that? How do you navigate that space? How do you articulate yourself? How do you present yourself in a way that doesn't lead to further victimization, even though we can't guarantee that?
Okay, so I think there are various ways. Ideally, I would hope that whatever structure that they're working within, whether it's in a sports organization or within the media space, there should ideally be a policy that's in place that will deal with issues around, for instance, sexual harassment and so forth, from an HR point of view. So there should be a policy in place. And within that policy should actually then lay out that in the event you feel as if you have been harassed, someone has taken advantage of you, that there are certain procedures to follow to actually report that, and so forth and so forth. But it's very hard to do it alone. So ideally, get people on your side, one or two people, strong people that you feel you can trust, that you can confide in, to take the fight forward with you, because it's very hard to do it alone. From a PR point of view, the difficulty with coming out openly about something like that is that, to a large extent, it's very embarrassing. It's very humiliating, depending on what was done to you and so forth. So from a PR point of view, it may not be prudent initially to perhaps, for want of a better way of putting it, publicizing it and so forth, but obviously one has to try it carefully. If a certain coach, for example, has done this on a regular basis, there is a pattern and so forth, you have taken the issue forward, nothing is being done about it, then you have all the right to then make noise. And like I say, if you have your backers, if you have your supporters, both male and female, because that can make a difference as well, to take that person to task, especially if the organization is not doing anything about it. So it's all just being very strategic, treading carefully, but continuing the fight, getting people to support you along the way. And as and when you need the necessary counseling and support, that it's provided for you. But ideally, all organizations should have a safe enough space for you to be able to take issues like that, up with the necessary authorities at HR level and so forth. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Linda. I think Mama Ndambi said she wanted to give an example, but before you jump into the example, Mama Ndambi, can you also, while you're giving your example, really think through telling us or sharing with us from a governance perspective, what health policies are you aware of, or do you think should start being brought into the space to ensure that situations like this are not so prominent in the women in sports environment?
Okay, let me give first on the issue around GBV. So, was it 2 years back, Osria? 2 years back, we were approached separately, myself and Osria. This girl had been harassed by a national coach of another country in South Africa. And because of the magnitude of the issue, she didn't know what to do with the issue. And we actually advised her to report the issue. But she told us that they are going to drop her from working in the event. And we said, lose the participation, but your respect is more important than being part of the environment, which is not correct. She reported the issue, and we supported, from SAWAFs, we supported her emotionally. Osria came in and even supported her on financial and actually it was just organizing legal advice around her. But we actually have to look for other women in her area to support her because of same thing that you are talking about. When it started moving to the media, people were seeing her as a bad girl. And who's writing the articles?
Men.
Yes. So I think what it's more important for us is to support women who are abused. And let's not keep quiet, and let's also not start scattering. And because that was her problem, because of, she was even saying, some of the women in the group are actually saying, but why did you report it?
Sure.
But if you don't report it, it will happen to another girl and another girl and another girl. And what we learned in that case was that it's not for the first time that that coach does that.
Yeah.
So she reported it. What happened with that case? I think she won the case at the end. She won. The file disappeared.
Oh.
But I'm giving this example because of it's things that are happening in our country, in our sports, and I think that's why we need to make sure that the system works for us. And if it's not working for us, let's make noise about it.
Okay. Mama Ndambi, you're running away from my question about policy.
Oh, the issue around policy, and I think that's where, and again, I raise this so many things because anything that comes into my mind, I then raise it with SASCOC. Because of, we can't rely on federations coming up with policies, different policies, because of we won't be addressing same things as all federations. And I think we need to actually sit down as SASCOC and look at policies that protects women and make sure that those policies are evaluated by women, because we have a tendency of giving legal people documents because of its legal documents. But legal people will work on legal issues. But there are issues that affect women themselves. Yesterday I was talking about my arbitration case. And the issue each one is that I was fighting against men, and I was at a weaker point. But after that, we never actually evaluated my case to say, but how was she treated? So I think we have to start looking at policies in general and not just to say, no, we do have a policy. We need to make sure that policies are women-friendly.
Thank you so much, Mama Ntambi. And I want to move us out of the sombre feeling so that we don't lose the audience and that you all stay with us. By the way, if you have any questions, please do write them down. We are going to have a Q&A session, so please don't rob yourself of the opportunity to engage with our panelists. Now, I'm going to move to the youngins. Kati, I want to come into the issue of shaping narratives, utilizing media. And I do know that you are quite active on social media, considering that you're a sports broadcaster. For a lot of young women in here, often at times, women find themselves very conflicted about how to portray themselves, how to utilize social media platforms. It's not that they don't know how to use it. The challenge is always how to use it strategically. What tips will you give, and could you give to them? And most importantly, how do we look at the framing of one's personal brand, especially within the sports fraternity?
All right, so I love sport, just so you know. So I'm a fan as well as a broadcaster.
We never doubted it.
Yeah, I'm just so you know, so it's always lacquer for me to be able to tell these stories and engage with all these women and sports stories. I grew up in a tiny little town called Hogsback. I was homeschooled. My access to the world was via radio. So that's where I listened to sport. My dad is a philosopher, so he didn't mind explaining. He had 3 daughters, so if he wanted someone to love rugby with him, he had to explain it. So that's from where I come into sport. I didn't always realize the barriers we had because I grew up in a house full of women. I was always encouraged, yeah, do what you do, I'll support, it's fine, go, whatever. So it was never a weird thing that I wanted to pursue sports broadcasting or rugby specifically from a media perspective. I encountered the barriers when I arrived at campus radio, got my first accreditation to go to a rugby game. I was like, yeah, I've made it, yes. I was like 20 years old, did not make it, like it's not the point, like you still have to do the work, you just got the accreditation. But then when I went into the press conference, I realized that there were no other female journalists or people. So, and that was, I mean, that's much more recent than these legends were in those press conferences. So that's when I realized, oh, okay, we're going to have to, this was not designed for me to be here. But I kept pursuing, I kept doing the things, and social media helped with that because I think social media has given women a voice where we once were silenced. So my advice would be, and that's just who I am, but I genuinely think it's important who you are, show that on social media. Be authentic. Decide, do you want to go into, because you can build, that's your CV. It's a living, breathing CV, your social media space. So yes, we have the big dogs, big broadcasters, Supersport, SABC Sport, all the radio stations as well, which is traditional media and still gives you that gravitas and weight. So I'd encourage you to still pursue those avenues, but now when they put you in Google, they can see on your Instagram, like my stalker did as well, before I got here, in a good way. Yeah, because women stalkers are way cooler and softer and nicer, and it's for good reason. So that's good. So my advice would just be authentic. Be authentic. Also, do your research. Like I think it's an age-old cliche, but women have to be 3 times as good to do 3 times the work to be seen as half as good, and that's the same with social media. Everything matters. Yes, I grew up in the Facebook era as a millennial, and we were around with a digital camera hanging on our wrists, and we took so many photos on a night out, beers in hands, drinks in hands. Yes, I had to go cleanse my own Facebook, so just be aware. Those things still matter, so you can adapt. But yeah, and also just be in touch with which social media platforms work. Like Twitter's now X, obviously. I still call it Twitter. TikTok's a huge thing. But what you put out now, remember in 10 years, someone can go look back. So just be proud of the work you put out, do the research, and use what you have. In my sports bulletins, because I have Sports Daily on radio, I make a conscious effort to, because I'm in Cape Town, I make a conscious effort. There's like a a driehoek, a triangle. So I always try and focus what's happening in Cape Town at this very moment sports-wise. So local, and then provincial, and then international. Because it's important where you are to tell that story and to you give it exposure. Whether it's women in sports or your son's activity that needs, tell it at home, start at home, and then it'll go, if that makes sense.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks, Katsu. Yes, you can add, of course, Linda.
Perhaps just to add to what she's saying as well, I think it's also very important to be very conscious of what you post. I mean, the days of posting plates of food, guys, and selfies, and I get that, maybe a TikTok and whatever, but if, as women, especially sportswomen, you want to be taken very seriously, people need to know, what are you known for?
For sure.
You're an expert. You're an expert in sports administration. You're an expert in cricket. You're an expert in soccer, etc., etc. You know what I mean? Build your brand that way. Do the research. Be an expert, right?
Yes.
And then you will stand out. And people will take you seriously. But if you continue to post very frivolous things, then you won't be taken seriously at all, unfortunately. I mean, there's so many examples. I'm sure a lot of you know of Antidisk, who runs Bukomuso Sports Agency and so forth. She's good at what she does, but she decided she wanted to pivot and raise her profile and produce, podcasts, etc., etc. There's a lot of examples. There's a journalist, okay, she's not a sports journalist, but very prominent political sports journalist, Sidi Madia, who unfortunately passed away. Sidi was, everybody who knows Sidi knows that she was a bulldog.
Yeah.
She was relentless. She knew her stuff. Every single politician in this country lined up to be interviewed by Sidi because she was respected. She knew her stuff. She knew politics in and out. So, to add to what she's saying, just, specialize in something. And just, to raise your profile, basically. Be an expert, be recognized, be an authority on something, basically.
Of course.
I just want to add to that add-on. Being an expert, do your research, all those things, because I think, and I think that's where we're at with broadcasting at the moment, is doing something live is not the same as doing something on social media. Because on social media, you have the time to edit, retake, all those things. And on broadcast, whether it's radio or television, you're doing something live. So just in terms of that skill, just be aware of that. So you can make a decision. I want to be a digital platform expert, or I want to do live, but they are different. So don't make the assumption that the one will lead to the other. It could help, but just remember the work always continues in terms of the actual skill of broadcasting. And it helps. Social media has opened up the world and has opened you to things. But those, because the thing is, if you raise your profile and you're not an expert or you pretended to be, what if people come ask you for questions? And honestly, from our perspective as women sitting here, we would be the first thing up. That's why we don't have women. See, she didn't know what last night's score was in the Curry Cup. So make sure what you put out there is actually how you feel. So that's why I said I'm coming as a fan. I'm obsessed. I read, I watch everything sport because I always want to know more and be better. You can always keep learning. So yeah, just to add to that.
Yeah.
And represent you.
Of course. And while
FIFA.
While we're on that
No, not
point,
FIFA, sorry. I said
Katsu,
FIFA.
Point of order.
Amandla.
Never a dull moment. I actually want to get us, so ladies and gentlemen, I actually want to also move to Q, because I know that, I know she's got some experience as well extensively in the branding and marketing space. And as you guys have already led us into the personal branding conversation, considering that you work in an environment where people are always knocking on your door for funding opportunities, opportunities for you to support their CSI initiatives, etc., how would you advise women in sports to invest or how they should look at their brand? That's the first one. And I think secondly, as a build-up to that, how do they also frame the brands of their respective organization, whether it's their football club or whether it's their women empowerment initiative? How would you advise them and what are the guidelines you'd give them?
Thanks for that. Afternoon, everyone. As the ladies were chatting, I was actually saying this is a perfect segue into the space that I operate in.
I'm telling you, corporate global, right? I'm kidding.
So I think I'm going to reflect on my past week, and then I'll go into the question. So I was on a developing women in leadership course this past week at UCT in the business school, and one of the lecturers had said that all of you in this room are leaders in your own right. But for you to be able to deepen that skill, you need to really be able to deepen your reflections in everything that you do. So, as I was contemplating on what economic empowerment is, I was like, I know economic empowerment. I am a product of economic empowerment. Yeah. But I needed to deepen that reflection and say, actually, you're speaking from a place of privilege, and where does that privilege come from? So if I think of, by definition, because I'm an academic as well, if I think of economic empowerment, there's three things that are very important in the definition. Firstly, it's a process. It's not a destination. So with economic empowerment or empowerment in general, is that it's a process. As you are empowered, you empower the next person, and empowerment looks different to where you are at that moment in time. The second component of empowerment is access. So what does access look to you where you find yourself? And the third component is gain or improvement. So through this process, what am I accessing, or what do I need access to, and what am I going to gain, or what am I going to improve through this gaining the empowerment? So if I look at what I've been privileged to have the access to is resources, skills, and opportunities. And different people have played this role in my life. And that was amazing. After spending a week reflecting on leadership, that's what I came to the conclusion that economic empowerment is. And then I'm going to fast forward to my first job. I was very fortunate. After I graduated, I got a job straight out of varsity, and I was earning a salary for the first time. Amazing. I was empowered. I didn't have to ask my parents for money anymore. Money to do my hair, money to pour petrol, and all of that stuff.
Don't forget the nails.
And the nails. And that was an amazing feeling. Until someone said, do you know that you're not being paid the same amount as someone who's doing the same amount of work that you're doing? And suddenly it was a problem to me. I was like, why? But at the same time I was like, but I can afford what I want, And then very, pushy head, I had no knowledge. I went to my manager and I said, I'm not getting paid the same amount as someone else. And he said to me, well, you have got a car, and the person doesn't have a car, so therefore you don't need a higher salary.
Sure.
And I thought, he's actually right. I was like, okay, cool, and I left. But what I didn't realize was that was firstly an injustice that I couldn't justify, but secondly, I didn't understand why I needed the same amount of money that the other person had. So now, through the years of working, I'm now able to go into different spaces and say, well, I need more money. But I'm able to justify why I need more money. And it's not because I want to afford more things, but because I'm going to make your job as my manager easier. You don't have to worry that I'm going to be late because I can't pour petrol. You're not going to worry that I can't drop off my imaginary child, because I don't have a child yet, but I don't have to make means to drop off my child. I have a nanny at home. So by virtue of you giving me more money, I'm actually making your job easier. And that's how you start justifying why you need the things that you need. So when you are, I think when you are trying to build your brand and you're thinking about all the money that you need, maybe you're looking at some of your male counterparts and you're thinking, wow, they're getting an amazing salary while I'm getting nothing. I think it's time for us, and I'm going to flip this conversation a bit on its head, because I think oftentimes we're just like, we want the same amount that they're getting paid. And yes, we need the same amount that they're getting paid. But why exactly do you need it? And if you had an option between two things, if they said, okay, we can give you one of two things. And it could be anything. We want to give you an extra 10,000 Rand, or we're going to give you an additional day off. You need to be able to justify why the one is better than the other. Because a lot of the times, the system is not going to give you an opportunity to pick two things. You need to be able to understand what you need at that point. And the only way you can do that is by understanding where you need to be empowered. So in terms of access, in terms of resources, skills, opportunities, what exactly do I need to feel empowered? So, the long way to get to what I need to actually say.
I was about to say, girl, we don't have much time.
We don't have much time.
We'll consume the nuggets.
Yeah, but I think if you're looking at your brand, I think I'm going to highlight what has been said, is that you need to have a point of view. No one is going to buy into something where they can't really tell what you're trying to sell, right? So you need to look at yourself as a brand, and if it means that you need to have two different social medias, then so be it. One can be very private and closed, and only your close people can see that. But what you put out is what people are going to buy into. So you're going to need to make it believable. So as a brand, if I'm looking at you, firstly, do I believe in what you stand in? Do I believe in what you're saying? And do I feel comfortable to put that money there so that you can help me sell the products that I need to sell as a brand?
Thank you so much, Q. Yeah, I'm hearing people are writing. There's so much silence in the room. I hope the questions are not going to be 5 million. So I'm going to try to make sure that we also just keep our answers a bit concise so we can allow for the floor to be able to engage with you, because it'll be an injustice not to allow people in the audience who are here to also learn from you, to actually get the opportunity to ask the questions that they need to ask. So thanks, Q. I think the follow-up question to you would then be, I'm going to give you an analogy, or I guess a context. Here I am. I've got this particular project that I'm working on, CSI project. Yes, I have to know my worth, but here I am, I'm based in a rural area. What is the 3 key things that you'd say a person should ensure is quite clear, for example, if they're giving you a proposal, considering that you work in the sponsorship space? Because a lot of people struggle in terms of articulating themselves. Once upon a time, they used to say, give all the details. So before, you used to have CVs that were 20 pages. Now people tell you, no, your CV must only be 3 pages. And you're like, but guys, where am I supposed to put the other experience, you know? Same thing with proposals as well. They've taken a shorter format. So what are the 3 important things that should be in those kind of proposal requests to organizations that sponsor?
So I think the first thing, you don't need to highlight the problem, because we already know what the problem is as brands. So you can just have an overarching kind of like statement as to what you're doing. But something that's very important is the impact that your program has. So be very factual, have numbers, and that's what brands are looking for. Secondly, what's in it for me as a brand? And I know that sounds otherwise, but brands want to know, for every Rand that I'm going to spend, how much am I going to make back? Or how is this Rand going to impact the people that you say that you're going to impact? And I think lastly, be organized. I think no organization wants to spend money where you're not organized, because that just discredits, firstly, the trust that I have you as an organization and the work that you do as the organization.
Thank you so much, Q. So I've been told that I'm left with just a minute. So what I will then do is I'll move to the Q&A section. If you do have a burning question for our panelists, please do raise your hand. And obviously, when you interact, obviously, please introduce yourself and where you're from and which sport you're in. Oh, okay. Her hand went up quite quickly. Okay, so we'll move side to side. So we'll go with you first, and then lady in red, and then there was a lady in blue over, yeah, blue tracksuit, and then lady in pink, and then we'll hold for now. Then we'll lift up for questions after. Let's finish the first four, okay?
All right. Good day, everyone. My name is Tiamo Sofolo, and I'm from SMU, and the sport that I'm doing is karate. So, my question is based on a sports profile. So, as an academic and someone who does sports as well, I wanted to know, would it be advisable to have like my own sports profile apart from the one that's provided by the school? Like, as we do karate, we're like a team, right? Just like in cross country. It's an individual thing, but you practice as a team and go there as a team. So apart from that is provided by the school, do you think is it advisable for me to start my own one apart from the one of the school in hopes that maybe one day I'll be recognized on social media and all of that, apart from me pursuing my academic dreams, for example?
Got it.
Anyone specific? Okay. I think it is advisable, but because that you highlighted it yourself, it's a team and you're an individual as well within the team. And you can see our bigger sports stars who are in teams still have their own social media platforms. So yes, I would do that, but I would also think, what would your point of view be? What Ngobile said. So what would your point of view be, and what would people get from you where they would not get from the school sports thing? Maybe you go through your training exercises, you show what you go through, how you'll improve, take them behind the scenes of competition days, or what you go through, maybe what you need, but have a point of view and make it different to what the school one is, and make it you. Like, maybe you're not a good talker, but you've got great angles with your phone, the shots, or maybe you've got great friends and a great friend group within that. Show the gees, show the vibe within it. But yes, I think that would be a good idea to start, because you have to start somewhere. Just start building and don't be discouraged. I never bought followers or anything, and I'm on this, but I never, because people can't spell my name. So like, I don't think. So anyway, I'm sitting at like 7,000, which is quite cool, but I've been in the game for 10 years. So, but it's authentic. When I go to brands, like, they can see the engagement rate is good. So keep being authentic and just be patient with it, but tell your story.
Thank you, Patu. Also, as she says, she actually has very long-standing relationships. She's still sponsored by what is Falca? Is that
Falca New Balance, that's how I know Ngobile with New Balance, yeah.
Because
I didn't wear New Balance because the pants are too long.
we look, but we don't judge.
It's fine.
Over to you.
Hi, Taviso speaking. From Skatistan, our sport is skateboarding. So we have events coming up. We have this event called Sister Skate, and I just wanted to how I can advertise it more, because like last time we had our event, we only based it off just like the typical social media, so like Facebook, Instagram and TikTok, but it didn't like reach anywhere else. So how do we broaden our event to make it pop more? And also our key focus on this is about mental health, so yeah.
The theme is mental health.
Yes.
Okay, can I go to Linda first? And then maybe Q can take it. Then can I also ask, let's also try to keep the questions just a little bit short so we can make sure that our panelists can answer as much as possible. So Linda, over to you.
Okay, so I do not skateboard. I used to skateboard as a kid, yes. Okay, so the challenge with not being part of the big five, so to speak, your rugbies and soccers, etc., is that ultimately you don't get enough eyeballs on screen and so forth, because it's such a small, minor sport. I'm sure she will give you some advice from a broadcasting point of view, super sport and so forth, you know, and how they deal with minor codes. But a good start is start to form relationships with community media in your area. So depending on where the event is, find out which are the community newspapers and which are the community radio stations, because they love those kind of stories. Like in my area, you've got your Randbeck Sons, here in Tshwane, I don't know what, but it's all different kind of, they call them knock and drops. You know, they drop them off for free at malls, at estates and so forth and so forth. So just page through and find a number there, and then whoever answers at the switchboard, tell them you want to speak to someone in sports. And then that person is the person that you talk to, tell them about the event, and then just tell the event about what's so special about the event, etc., etc. You'd like to invite them through to come and see it and cover it. So it's a start. Yeah, and then just build relationships. And then from there, it'll grow and grow and grow and mushroom. And then you have the other major sports platforms, you know, covering you as your sport grows as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, just quickly on that, I agree, that is brilliant, because when people reach out to me, how to get in radio, I always say go to community station and start there, get your hours. I cannot tell you, as people, as I come from community station, how much, if you would come with a story like that, how much it would mean, and that authentic reach, because people in that area listen to that community station because it's got my news on it. And I know it's a small start, but that's where you build. Then the super sports and the people will come knocking, I promise. But start that and make the organization well run. As be organized, and then, but also be ready to tell the story. Don't pawn it off to someone else and be like, no, I don't want to talk. You have to talk. You're going to have to own it.
Yeah. Okay, Q, do you want to add to that before we move on to the next
Yeah, so I was going to say campus radio as well, but I think because understanding that skateboarding is quite niche when it comes to the amount of people that you're going to reach, so lead with something that everyone is talking about, which is mental health. So lead with it, but make sure that skateboarding also has its time in the sun.
Yeah, maybe even invite people that run mental health organizations. Ma'am? Coach Dora's mic is not on. You want to hear Coach Dora? We know she's very clear, but we want to hear her.
Oh, sorry about that. Coach Dora again from SMU. My question is related to Mem Masriban. She said something about female coaches, that we don't have a lot of female coaches around, especially, I will say especially in soccer, because I'm sure her school is mostly working with soccer players and especially young ones. I'm going to say that the reason of that is because when they advertise most of the D lessons and C lessons, you find out that a lot of male coaches apply for those courses. And then you find out that they only take about 30, for example, for a D lessons, and only 3 ladies are available. No, they can attend that course. Not more ladies know about that. I don't know, maybe ladies are not into social media or not. But then the information, it comes to us late. Because, for example, I did my C lessons at South African National Defence Force. We were only 2 ladies with 28 male soldiers. And I was a civilian by then. I'm a civilian even now. So they were even calling me a civilian. So I think maybe if they advertise it more often, it will help us. For example, now Miss Joy Muloi also advertised doing a B lessons for ladies only. If something like that can happen, it will help, because now B lessons is 20,000 rand. And if we females want to take apply for that B lessons, it is quite expensive. We don't mind paying, but it is quite expensive. It wants us to budget for that. So I think maybe if they start advertising that in time, saying for example now is August and they say that there's a B lessons in January, I can budget for that. But then if now they advertise now, they said month end of September, how am I going to get 20,000 rand? So I think maybe you guys can help us with regards to that, especially with female coaches.
All right, thanks Dora, or should I say civilian? Maricina, do you want to quickly respond to that one?
Yes, because right now I was asking Aus Ntambi in connection with advertising. That's a problem with advertising, because now people don't know where to advertise. Now I said now I've gained knowledge from these women here, 2 ladies here, how to do advertising for events and everything. Therefore, maybe Next time it will be better because we are now learning, we are empowered. Thank you.
I think part of the issue is the fact that if federations are advertising at wrong places, then there's a problem. And I think one of the things that we don't do most of the time, we complain outside instead of challenging the issue within the federation. And my advice is that if they are advertising at wrong places, let's approach them and indicate that it's not workable for women. But secondly, what I want to raise is the fact that there was a time where we used to say, if there's a coaching clinic, there should be a certain percentage of women for us to at least increase women participation. And I'm not sure whether that is still happening. But I think we need some quota. We need something to push. And that's why the issue of women in sport policy is so important. Because of if the policy even raise the issues around training, we won't be having these discussions here. Because of we would know that you don't even have to pay that 2,000. Government will fund the program. And because most of the girls and women, they don't have that money. So even if it's advertised at the right place, but if you don't have money, you won't be able to. So it's an issue of access. And this government always talks about access. So they must actually create access for us.
I also think not only access, but also the influencer model. I mean, we've got Coach Desiree over here. Why haven't they asked you to also share these kind of, content on your platforms? Because all the ladies in football follow you, Also, touche. And also, I think Lydia's also here. Lydia, maybe also you must challenge Safa there to kind of push the content in a space where women in sports can also be able to find the content. You see, what I like about these kind of environments or these kind of opportunities is that it gives you access to the stakeholders or the people who are in the right spaces to be able to also raise your issues and concerns. Now, pink lady, there was a lady with the pink top who had a hand up. Yes.
Hello everyone, I'm Ayanda Mrauzi from Fight It Inside a Boxing Gym. I'm a coach. So my question is on branding. So my question is, how do you keep your brand consistent, like ongoing, but still allow it to grow as you change? So, yeah.
Okay. Any takers? So basically the question is, as I evolve, how should my brand evolve with me?
So may I ask what you're currently posting? Like where are you currently in your boxing journey?
So right now I only post on IG, so it's about traveling and coaching, and I also attend conferences and workshops, so those are my...
And what would you like to do in that space?
I would like to grow and be part of this like background type of way. I would like to sit in those panel sits and be a speaker. I can say. So sometimes I feel like as a young person, you also grow within not the sports space, but in you. So how do you carry that luggage, that sport luggage, that duties with you while also growing your personality? Yeah.
Honestly, in my opinion, you show that. You show that. You show that you're busy working on your growth. You show that you just started out. Maybe you're worried about public speaking and you take your follower along and you go, okay, now I'm going to do it in front of my friends. Now I'm going to do this. And they can see your growth because that's people, if they follow you, they're investing in you. So make it worth their time. Like don't ghost them for months because you won't list to post anymore or whatever. You're going to have to commit to being consistent, and then I think show that growth, show those things, because it's you. They're following you, not a brand. They're following you. You are a brand, but they're following you. So in my opinion, as you grow, your brand will grow authentically with that. Am I making sense? Yeah.
For sure, lots of sense. And I think there's power in observing and watching the people that you really look up to. I think my first talk was horrible. was terrible. And I spent the rest of the year not talking again. And the worst part is that it's still on YouTube, so you can imagine.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, so I think when you have that opportunity, put yourself out there, and then just do your research and make sure that you're ready for that moment. And then you're gonna get a lot of invitations because people want to hear your point of view.
Just a quick last point. Network with the right people. Talk to the right people. You say you're in boxing. You know, there's a female CEO now, Boxing South Africa. There are lots of boxing promoters who are female, boxing trainers who are female. Go to matches, go to tournaments, walk up to them and introduce yourself. Let them get to know you. So as you're building your profile, they can now put a face to the name. And as you grow, they will remember you. And then they will start pulling you into setups like this, into workshops, into coming to tell you, talk about your experience, presenting papers, etc., etc., etc. So it'll mushroom from that. Yeah.
All right. So also don't forget, be clear about your brand story. Who you are, and what you want to portray out there. Ladies and gentlemen, Program Director, can you squeeze us just 2 more questions? Give the people what they want. Give the people what they want. Okay, last 2, please. Oh, I didn't say 8. Program Director, can we, please? Okay, so this will be the last round of hands, ladies and gentlemen. Can we just, okay, let's hold it there. Please don't add, guys, don't add. Oh, someone will call Mkwanazi. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Maria, legend. We'll pack you. All right. Okay, got you. Okay, those are the last set of hands, ladies. Please, now. Okay. Sure. Please keep your questions short. Okay. I think you've got only 10 seconds to ask your question. Let's go. Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nsako Sana, and I do karate. I'm from SME, by the way. Firstly, don't get me wrong. I love what I do. I love karate so much, right? But then karate is one of the sports that doesn't have money, right? Full contact, to be specific. But as a person who's doing it, how do I keep doing it, knowing what I know, right? Like, what advice would you give me to keep going, regardless of how it is, like the situation?
Okay, can I pass it to the legends over here? Because they followed their passion and they had to find ways to still fulfill their passion when there was no money.
Yes, the main thing is determination. If you are determined, then you continue, and later on somebody will see you and will recognize you, and you'll be on the good books.
Thank you,
I think your focus should not be karate making money for you. Make money somewhere else. So, yeah, your career should be somewhere else. Karate should be your passion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mama Tambi. There was a...
No, let's go to the
Wait,
next
we have to go to the next one. You can chat to them after, because we're managing time very tightly. Let's go, ma'am. 10 seconds. Mike, let's go, Program Director.
Good day. My name is Yvonne. I'm with SMU. I'm from a small town. Probably nobody knows it. It's Belfontaine. Not Bloemfontein, but it's Belfontaine. It's near Bloem. So it's a very, very town that I can say is poor. There's a school that they just built it. It's a high school. I have a friend there who's she likes soccer. She used to do everything for the kids. They don't. Okay. They don't get funding. The school doesn't get funding because they have to have, like, I don't know, 5 years. After 5 years, and then the government can give them money. So I want to know what is that she can do to sponsor, because the girls, when they go to play, they borrow kit from local teams. They don't have anything. So what is it that she can do to get sponsors? Because even in my town, there's no financial muscle.
Okay. Motari Chalete. Q.
Sure, this one is a really, it's a tough one, because I think it's the reality for a lot of teams. I think, does the team have a profile on social media? Does the team have a profile on social media? Does anyone know about the team? The school?
It's a school.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So I think look at other avenues, right? So if government has put parameters, look at how you can mobilize the community. So Mamdambi just said something so important, that there's local businesses. We overlook local businesses. And sometimes it's getting a bit from each business, not a lot, but collectively that does sum up to a lot.
Okay.
So approach local business.
Thank you. I remember, Doctor, your hand was up, and I think you can also add to that because you literally paid it forward and found a solution to a problem similar to this, right?
About sponsorship, you mean?
Yes.
I would say probably maybe how it worked for me is I recognize that corporates or sponsors, if you are dealing with young children and sports, they do not buy into young children because they're not the decision makers. So you have to find a creative way of involving the parents. Yes, because they're the decision makers. Although the young people are the consumers of certain products, they don't make the decisions to buy or purchase something. So if you can creatively involve parents and their kids in that activity that you're doing, then it somehow catches the sponsor's eye. That is how I went about some of my getting sponsorships. Back to
the question.
Yeah, the question. Gender-based violence, that's a biggie for me. And I just wanted to, maybe there are recommendations or requests, but is it possible for legends or older women in the workplace, within sports, to create safe spaces where younger women can, when they are faced with a challenge, they could come to you and say, this is what is happening, how can I go about it? Because normally in the workspace, you're scared. You know, a man is pressuring you, we want, give me this, give me that for that, and you have nowhere to turn to. So is it possible for us as older women to create those little groups within the teams, the corporates and whatever, so that younger women can be able to approach us? And maybe in the near future, we can also put it within our policies that every workplace has to have a group of women who understand what gender-based violence is, who understand the policies, and then we can take it from there. The other one is having gender-based violence accountability, gender-based violence accountability policies. Because we can talk about all these policies, but if we don't have an accountability policy, we are going nowhere. We need to punish those who are violating the policies, those who are not, offering justice to the victims, and those who continue to be perpetrators of this big issue that we have.
I think the suggestion of a safe space forum, it's a good suggestion. But the issue of policies, South Africa, we have so many good policies, best in the world. Our problem is implementation. And it's something that even at government level, it's something that everybody, even just everybody in South Africa is complaining about implementation. And it's not only gender-based issues, it's a lot of other issues. But we will keep on raising our voices, yeah.
Hello. Hello again. My name is Kelebogile Nkwane. I'm from SMU. I'm a soccer player at SMU. So, yeah, my question is a little bit out of context. So I have a friend who wants to come up with an NGO sort of like that will empower women, right? Now, the problem is she doesn't want sponsors because she believes that sponsors will tell her what to do with their money, right? And the money that she gets, it's not that a lot. So is it possible for someone to fund an NGO, run an NGO successfully with them only providing from their salary. Is that possible?
I think it's possible. I don't know how much that person, they are.
They might be quite rich, you're not sure.
Or possibly coming from a family that can provide. If that is the case, that's fine. But coming back to sponsors telling you what to do, sponsors don't usually tell you what to do. You need to align with their objectives, with your objectives. So don't just go to any sponsor. Go to companies that are having the same interest as your interest, especially in their CSI program and proposals. So they won't be telling you what to do. They will actually support what you're doing to achieve also their goal.
Thank you. There was just
Thank
one
you.
last question. If you still have questions, can you rather approach the panelists afterwards? Because we're looking at time management.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dimagato Morale. I am from a school I prefer not mentioning since we are live, in as much as it's a safe space, but I'll get straight to the point. I want to take you, Rosina, back onto your involvement in schools, particularly on the topic of the influence of the political landscape in governing schools in our country. So what we've noticed as schools is that many schools withdraw grade 12 learners from sports in that year, just so they can focus on their studies. What they don't realize is ultimately it narrows down the pool just at the entry of university where we need them most. So those are issues that we encounter in our province. Due to the, what do I call this? The recruitment process that might lack this and that in executive positions in schools. That ultimately also affects the internal recruitment processes of physical education teachers. Because now you get people who don't really have a passion for sports, give maths lead teacher, now in the afternoon they must do sports. Hence we sit with athletes who don't have the foundation when they are expected to take the stage. And now the other issue that we've identified at schools is that...
I'm going to have to cut you. Time.
Can this be the last one?
Time. 2 seconds.
Thank you very much. Can I engage you afterwards? And
Yes.
also, Nobile, I also had a question for you. Thank you.
All right, thank you for the question that grade 12s are withdrawn from participating. In the beginning, from my dream was to have a sports school where teachers understand what is sport and how is participation and education goes together. That is why in turn I was congratulating Miriam, the way she started, the way she went on, because that was my dream, to have a school that understands sports, because I had a problem when I was at school. I was writing metric, and then I had to go and run. And then I have to go to other, because I was my coach used to use us to demonstrate when he has some workshops with teachers. Then I had to go out to other provinces, come back, come and learn here. But when we're out from other provinces, we used to go to school. To our advantage sometimes, we went there and gained more than what we were getting from our school. Therefore, when results came, everybody wanted to see where is Rosina, because when we were studying, she was somewhere else running into everything. That is why I say a sound mind in a sound body. But unfortunately, now the school withdraw grade 12 because they say they don't perform. Maybe they don't balance. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Program director has cut me. Ma'am Maria, is it a question or a comment?
Questions for all of them, but it's okay. What I want is, I hear a lot of young people talking about how do we get funding, how do we get that. Stop asking for money. when you want, because you need that money for a particular service. So, and I'll give an example of a lady in Northwest that wanted to go somewhere to play, to perform, but she didn't have the money. But when we ask her, what did you want this money for? For the flight. And I'm saying, couldn't you go to SA and ask for a seat? But she went there to ask for money. So let's stop asking for money. When you are in a particular, whether it's a club or it's an individual, rather than going to a sponsor and asking for money, show them what is it that you do and what is it that you are going to use that money for. A lot of clubs and individuals are not helped because most of the time we ask for money. Thank you.
Thanks, Ma'am Maria. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for borrowing us your ears, and affording our panelists the opportunity to interact and engage with you. If you have further more questions, please afterwards go have a conversation with them. This is part of the reason why we're all here, to interact and grow and learn from one another, because they might also learn something from you. Program Director, thank you for your grace. Over back to you. Please give your panelists a round of applause.
Thank you very much. Bati watinda bafazi.
Wathinta imbokodo.
Watinda bafazi.
Wathinta imbokodo.
That's why I held back a bit, because hayimbokodo zethu lezi. But thank you very much to our panelists. Just a little token of appreciation to each and every one of you. We thank you. Thank you so much. This was really empowering to all of us. I know I took the spotlight.
Bongs, Mama Ntambi is being Oprah now. You get a present.
Everybody.
You get a present. Everybody gets a present.
Oh, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, group photo. They say if there's no photograph, it did not happen. Okay. Which camera? Over there, over there?
Okay, are we fine? We have a quota.
Wow.
Can I have one of the clips? Okay.
I hope you guys declared that you're getting gifts, governance. Thank you.
All right, I also thought they were also amazing. So can we give them a fireworks kilo? Do you still remember the fireworks? Yes, you are here to absorb. You are here to be sponges.
Mom Rosina has books, so please come and see the books, come and buy the books. Let us advocate. Please, let us support each other in sport. We're just going to get a couple of feedback from each group. The three groups, I am going to give you 3 minutes, 2 minutes. I'm going to, I'm going to put on the alarm. When you hear and you continue, I'm going to cut you, unfortunately. So I would like the first group, I'm going to start from 3, and then 2, and then 1. So group 3, please come and join us on stage. If the presenters and people that are representing can just come closer so that when this group is done, we have the next group and we have the next group. So we don't have to wait for you coming from the top. I did say 3 minutes. I'm going to cut you in 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Sanbonan Nonke, hello. We just want to say thank you very much for this opportunity, everyone. And the feedback that we're about to give is very important because this is all that we have learned. So, one thing we have learned and everyone agreed on was identity, challenge identity. So that's identifying your problem first before carrying on with everything else. So, through your identity challenge, you can work towards empowering young women. So people like you, once you identify that, there's a problem that you want to face, just like doctor over here, she had a problem where her child broke the windshield and she made something positive out of that challenge rather than negative experience from that. So we then said, always need a driven force. One thing that was very inspiring from us was that, from her, was that she had a driving force to start her academy, and it was something that was very powerful and changed people's lives from beginning to the end. And then positivity in a hard situation, just like we said, there was a hard situation, and she used her education, number one. Obviously, as you identify a challenge, you can't just empower young women without knowing how to empower the young women. So through her acknowledgement of education, she used that as a driving force as well as her passion to meet all of that, all of those needs of succeeding on all of that. And she also used social media, as also our candidates here were talking about media coverage and talking to youth and other people and all of that. It was mostly based on media coverage and talking more to the right people, talking with the right people, as well as economic empowerment and the role of education and the use of community. And yes, thank you very much for listening.
On point. Education. Education, education. Group 2?
We didn't even waste time.
Good day, everybody. As we're exploring the topics that we've been discussing with the panel, we took note that in the industry of sports, as women, we get to undermine each other. So in this case, we're discussing that we should be empowering one another and having a healthy competition within each other, right? Then there's also a pull-down syndrome. Just because I'm a female coach and the players will feel like, no, you're not fit enough to train us, anything like that. The attitude that we bring to the table, it matters. How you react to our coaches, how you react to each other as teammates, it also matters, right? Exploring that, I love this quote that says, be the woman who fixes another woman's crown without telling the world that it was crooked.
So on the political side we saw that other political parties can contribute by empowering sports facilities with infrastructure so that they can be able to explore as many different sporting codes as possible, because it's easier for us to join things when we are empowered to do so. Another thing on the political side, we saw that it's best that even when they make those decisions, they involve more women, because women are the ones that understand what women need and how they can be empowered for them to perform at their maximum level. And another thing, we also saw that tournaments and also investment. And in terms of investment, we saw that it's best if other political parties or the leadership of a particular area interacts with people who are on the lower level, interact with the coach in the school, because the coach in the school is interacting with players every day, which means she is the one who knows what players need, not you who is seeing things from the top view.
Thank you. So I will speak about the media part of it. So basically, we know that media representation shapes the perspective of people. So if the women athletes are only featured occasionally, the society will then think sports is secondary. So leaders must advocate for equal coverage, train women in sports media careers, and push brands to invest in female-focused campaigns. Thank you.
That is so hard.
We are breaking the norm. She just gave me the mic and she said, that was so hard. There's nothing too difficult. There's nothing impossible with us. Group 3. Oh, 3, 2, 1. Group 1.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are the lovely Group 1. We had a discussion about everything that was spoken. The one thing we realized is that education is very important. So we as coaches, administrators, fellow players in a team, let us start supporting each other with our education. So instead of us starting with practice, let us now start with seeing that, okay, what are we struggling with? Where can we help each other? Because I've come to realize that when something happens to you, be it you get an injury or something, you have nothing to fall back on because you were focusing on sports all the time. So let's first look at our education. From there, then focus on our sports. We have more than enough time to focus on our sports if our grades are on point. Number 2, funding. When it comes to funding, instead of us asking for money, let's ask for what we really need. If I am a cricket player and I want kit for my team, I should stop saying, Puma, give me 10,000. I should say, we need X amount of pants, t-shirts, can you help us? And if they can't, we say, okay, we need refreshments, can you help us there? So now you see, we are actually asking for help, and it will help us in a way.
I was forced. The also other thing that we added, it always starts in the roots. It starts with our kids. For media to share about women, we should start with our root. We don't know why we're grooming a child who wants to do media, but she doesn't know where to start. We should start in our training classes. We should define what is branding to those 12-year-old kids, 13-year-old kids, and also sharing their achievement. As one of our boxers shared that she's a 3-time national boxer. She has to share with her community that I did it 3 times at an age of less than 18. She's under 18. She did it 3 times. So the importance of starting with our kids, starting with us. And the other quote that I like is, you are mentored to mentor. So as us leaders, we should know that they mentor us to mentor the others. As you can see, Mem Sherry mentored me, I mentor my younger girls. So there's a leadership going on. And also the importance of why you're doing it. As a leader, you get lost in the space of work, in a space of working and all that. You should remember why you're doing it. Sit down, reflect, and ask yourself, why am I doing this?
On her saying why you're doing this, I just want to share a little story about my hero, which is my mom. So, my mom started cricket in 1990. She knew nothing about cricket. But today, she has taught people how to bat, bowl, and she has produced a lot of people. Some of them work here at UP, some work at CSA, some work at well, it's Titans now, at Titans Cricket Union. So what I am saying is, it doesn't matter who you are or where you are. If you have a passion for something, run with it. Money means nothing. My mom used to take her salary of being a teacher and buy kids tackies and also ask for sponsorship from Pep for little white shorts. She did it, and those kids now come back to her and tell her, ma'am, if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be where we are. So don't take yourself for granted. You can do something. Even if it's you coming to a cricket or netball game with a pack of water, it's something to that kid. So let's just learn to give back.
It starts with you.
Definitely starts with you. All right. Thank you to all the groups. Interacting, networking is very, very good. I hope everyone has gotten at least 5 contacts today for someone to engage with. If not, it's never too late. I would like to call up an amazing lady. Let me hand over to Tabile.
I'm sorry about that, Bongs. I just wanted you to ask if you know. So, looking at this as an advocacy conference, we said we were going to stand up, right? And standing up means taking action. So, we have had a scribe for the whole conference, taking notes. So, right now, we're just going to have a short session on the reviews, takeaways, and what the resolutions would be. Are you good? Sorry, team. Are you ready? So yeah, sorry, I was looking at the cameras. So those are the first steps we need to take in actually actively advocating for these changes. So I'm just gonna call Miss Amanda Shepherd, who's gonna come through. She has been our amazing scribe the whole time. So can we give her a round of applause, guys? So hard scribing the whole day. And she's a lawyer. So she knows, no. And she's coming with Melinda. Melinda's like, no.
Sure. I have filled 3 books over 2 days, and I borrowed a yellow highlighter from the manager of the conference center, and I've highlighted some points. So this is the type of conference that we could actually have over a week and still not scratch the surface. There are such important concepts, and to summarize has been really difficult. But what I think I'm going to do is just summarize some key points. So we need to be purpose-driven. You need to use your voice and raise your voice to advocate for women in sport. You've got to make a noise. Yesterday, Dumasani said we have to agitate people and annoy people. So we have to use our voices. Leadership and empowerment is a process. It is not a destination. It's something that we do daily. So a challenge can create an opportunity to bring about a solution. Look at Dr. Miriam's situation. It was a challenge that resulted in a solution. And in fact, they say one of the best businesses you can have is if you develop a business to solve a problem. One of the most wealthy entrepreneurs I've ever known told me that. He said, if you develop a business that can solve a problem, you have a good business. So a challenge gives us the opportunity to create fabulous solutions. We need the power of purpose. I loved that you said, write down your dreams. I'm going to write down my dreams tonight. An empowered woman can change communities, and we need to change communities. So each woman needs to do their part. As you empower one, that one moves to the next and empowers another. When we keep quiet, we reinforce bad things. We have to create safe spaces for sharing, for planting ideas and seeds which can grow into solutions. Education and leadership are the keys to change. And sometimes something so small can make a huge difference in somebody's life. What is our responsibility? Well, it begins with us. There is something called the power of one. And you don't need to take big steps. It can be small steps, consistent steps, daily. So one of the big things I took out is something called equal play, equal pay, equal say, and equal power. That must be our theme going forward. We need visibility. You need to see women athletes and you need to see women's issues. And we are the ones that create that visibility. If we walk away from this conference and we carry on with our daily lives, we lose that visibility. So one of the things that one of the speakers said is, will we just cheer it on or will we make it real? So with that in mind, we need to look at our resolutions. Our very first one is we must resolve to engage with the minister to fast track a women in sport policy. A policy that speaks to women and that is for women and that takes into account our needs and our input. This is your policy, ladies. You need to have a say and you need to make sure your voices are heard throughout your federations and organizations. We need to resolve to find innovative ways to extend the availability of technology into the widest areas of women's sport across all sectors and areas, because data can lead to dominance. We need to make sure more women in sport understand technology and start to use it responsibly to improve the situation of women and girls in sport. We need to resolve to create platforms and safe spaces to share knowledge and solutions. And we need to have regular strategy sessions. We need to resolve to speak to the Minister of Education to coordinate the introduction of sport for girls at a very early age and to grow school sport and mass participation for girls. We need to advocate for the creation of an independent safe space for reporting abuse. It must be independent so that our athletes feel safe to come forward. And that independent space must also allow athletes to receive counseling outside of federations. We need to resolve to approach SASCOC to start a dialogue around creating and reviewing policies that are women-friendly. And they then need to be taken into the federations to be monitored and implemented. We need to resolve to approach the federations to push for more transparency and publication of content. For example, advertising for posts, coaching clinics, and available opportunities. Federations need to make sure that this reaches women stakeholders. My final resolution, we need to create opportunities for collaboration across sectors and industries to improve conditions for women in sport and leadership. And then ladies, these resolutions are not just for SAWAFs to go and do. Resolutions are for everybody. You need to follow through with this as well. One of the pillars of networking is visibility, credibility, and ultimately profitability. You guys create that visibility. You create the credibility, and then you create the profitability for women's sport. That is how we make a difference. And each one of you can make a difference, large or small. The power of one is the power of you. You are that one. Thank you.
We cannot sleep. Energizer? All right. Thank you very much, Amanda. We really appreciate that feedback. Coming from a lawyer, you know, straight to the books. Thank you very much to everyone. And I would like to give this opportunity to our chairperson to come and close us off. Mama Linda, to please come and close us off. I know all, everyone was like, not me. But we appreciate all the trustees. I'm a product of this program. We really appreciate what you are doing for young people out there. Thank you very much, Mama. To the team, please, the team that is not here, please send our biggest gratitude to all of them.
Okay, thank you. This is called being launched, ne? Okay, but I won't waste any time. Thanks, ladies. Thanks very much for being here. Your presence, okay, your contribution, your questions were very provocative. I hope that all of you have taken away key things. Yes. Key things, and like they said, that you've written down everything. Feel free, please, to engage further. This is not the end. This is basically the start, starting from yesterday, from those who were here at the leadership session, culminating to today. Feel free to engage us, contact us if you need any information. And basically, this is the beginning of a very bright future for all of you. I'd like to acknowledge the following, who played a pivotal role in the content and the debate. Francis Johnston, Dr. Miriam, thank you very much for traveling all the way. We appreciate you. We look forward to seeing you in Uganda, Kenya. We also want to acknowledge the talk given by Tuti Scott and Mrs. Simpiwe Lulu, who was able to pivot even though technology disappointed her, and she did a brilliant job. And then also to my fellow panelists, I appreciate you all. Thank you very much. Ausrusina, she's already left. Mamtambi, Ketalo, and Ngobile Gama. Thank you very much, Mani, for a very provocative discussion and penetrating questions. We really appreciate it. So on that note, thank you very much, everybody. Last but not least, we'd like to thank the camera crew. We appreciate you. Thanks very much for a great job and making sure that despite the mishaps, that we were able to get everything back on track as quickly as possible, to make sure that the feed worked properly. And all the photographs, we appreciate all the hard work. Last but not least, our two very lovely ladies, who from the start set the tone, very invigorating. We really appreciate you. Thanks very much. It's amazing to see how you guys have grown, and we wish you all the best in the future. Please continue to be role models to all the other young ladies here, and continue to please encourage them and be there, accessible to them at any given time. We appreciate you. Thanks very much. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Travel safely. Thank you.
All right, just before everybody leaves, I would like everybody to please come here for a group photo. I will do my job and move these things. No more questions. No more questions. Yo, bathi bathinta abafazi.
Thank you so much. That's my fine money.